Okay, we should be back live here. There we go. So, hello. We've got some stuff to look at. The goal for today is to get the MOBA into a spot where it can find interesting solutions on its own, and we won't have to touch it for a bit. We'll just have to do some experiments. That is the goal at the moment. We have to check a couple of the things from yesterday. We have some bugs to fix. We've got some visual stuff. Whole bunch of things. Let me turn the AC 1 second, and then we'll start on this properly. Okay. So first thing is going to be the experiments. So I realized something from yesterday. We did a bunch of balancing to the game. We added a couple features, yada yada, and then it started to the point where there was a 1 in a billion, roughly, maybe even a little rarer bug that would cause the game to hang. I saw a thing that I thought maybe could be the issue where I forgot to type an index variable. So I went and I edited that. That changed the output a little bit, but I was still getting the hanging bug. So what I did, and let's see if it's working. Okay. So I think I've narrowed it down. I think I narrowed down the issue. If we go on to the Wannabe sweeps here. So this was the old sweep from before. Crashed 3 experiments in. Usually we'll crash somewhere between 2 and 6 experiments. Okay? So we're going to go to carbs. We're going to look at the latest sweep. And there you go. This one has 16 runs. And you can see actually it finds some good stuff. So I think that based on that, what I did to make it not hang was I disabled the neutral spawns. So somewhere in the neutral spawns, there's either a loop or an out of bounds index or something. And that's what we're going to have to find. We're going to dedicate a little bit of time to looking for this now. If I can't find it in about half an hour, I'm going to start just turning on debug flags and running more experiments. But I'm going to try to find it manually first. And then we're going to clean up the visuals that we were working on yesterday. And then hopefully, the one other thing we might want to do is we might want to mess with the network sizes. But between all those things, I think we should be good. And the hope is that if we enable the new neutral camps, things will learn how to jungle. There'll be more interesting strategies coming out of stuff. And we'll see some cool learned behaviors. Yeah. And we have all the graphs to track everything. Okay. So oh, we also have the Atari run to look at, don't we? Let's wait on the Atari runs though, because I want to get this while I'm perfectly fresh. Okay. Yep, this is the right box. So somewhere in here is the bug. You're free to try to spot it if you would like as well. Here's where we load the neutrals data. We set a bunch of stats. We don't set everything. We don't set everything. Is it possible that we failed to set something, so now we have uninitialized data? Maybe. What type of stuff did we set here? Base health, base mana. No, this is only applied to the player. I don't think there are any other variables that I forgot about, but it is possible. Oh, what about these? Hold on. These are all uninitialized, right? It shouldn't matter because I don't think we use them. What do I set for creeps? What do I set for the creeps? I don't set any of this stuff for the creeps. Get neutrals. Agents, creeps. Neutrals. Is there an indexing bug? How many neutrals do I have? Four times camp plus neutral. $72. 18 times 4, 72. I think I have this correct. Remember, this is a 1 in a billion bug. This isn't something that should just happen whenever you spawn the neutrals at all. This has to be something like... There has to be an interaction between a neutral and something else. I don't think it would just be when you kill a neutral either, right? No, these experiments would surely kill neutrals before they crash, I think. Let me check. Let me check something on that. Welcome, YouTube folks. We're going to fix this stuff today. Okay, we don't log this, unfortunately. Do we not? I thought we had logged this, but maybe not. It seems incredibly unlikely to me that it takes this many experiments where, like, they're gaining levels and stuff. Surely somebody killed a neutral by then, right? What other rare conditions are there? Every 600 ticks, you respawn 4 times camp plus neutral, comma, camp. I don't think camp is used here, right? This is literally not used. Get neutral of index. Make sure this is not an out of bounds. This looks good. We set the PID to ID plus agents plus creeps. Is that what it works? ID plus agents plus creeps. This is how we have the indexing set. Neutral health is neutral max health. Basic attack timer gets set to 0. Could it be something with the spawning? Hold on. Move to. Doesn't move to clear the tile that you start on? It does. It clears the tile that you start on. How do I handle this with creeps? Move to. But this is different, isn't it? Because, wait, when these are killed... When these are killed, X and Y get set to 0. Creep index. Hold on. There might be something here as well. It might be that I'm writing over the neutrals with the creeps. Clearly, this is the downside to the design of how I have the game this way. I don't know, we'll do a design session at some point and think if there's better data structure for this, but we're not going to redo data structures right now. This is what happens, though, when you have a flat indexing for all the entities and you don't have indexing for different types, is you have to do all the indexing math, and if you get it wrong, you're going to be sad. Self.creep index %num creeps. But I think spawn creep takes, it doesn't take an ID, it doesn't take a player ID, it just takes an index. Right? Yes. And then what do we do? It's IDX plus num agents, is that correct? Yeah. The format is entities, creeps, neutrals, towers. So this, I think, is correct. It is then most likely in the neutrals. What is the logic that I use for spawning these creeps? I remember it being tricky. Okay, so you have your spawn logic here. And then this is the logic that is used in step creeps. It looks very similar. Get creep, get neutral. Check PID, update status, update cooldowns, update status, update cooldowns. Check stun timer, and then call AI. These functions are identical, right? These functions are identical. So it's not in the step function then. I'm pretty confident it's not in the step function. Let's do the same thing for the respawn function. Upon calling reset of the environment, you can see that I manually go through and I set the PIDs and the positions of everything to 0. Okay. Now we have this spawn creep and respawn creep. How do these functions look compared to each other? Okay, hold on. When you call respawn creep, you call move to. The respawn is a useless function because we always call spawn with respawn. We're not looking to clean this up just yet, though. We're just looking to isolate this one bug. So if we're considering these two together, we do a lot of stuff, right? We set PID. Is it possible to fail to respawn a neutral? The way I have stuff at the moment, I'm pretty sure if it can't find a spawning position for whatever reason, then it just breaks. I don't set X and Y to 0 when I spawn. When you call, but these functions are different. Because when you call respawn neutrals, they might be alive still, they might not. It just respawns them regardless. It doesn't have a massive range either. %7 minus 3. And you call move 2. There's some redundancy here though, because you're setting the health here, and then you're setting the health here again. So this is not actually a difference. And the thing is, the fact that the code was hanging doesn't tell me anything either, because I don't have anywhere that it could hang. I don't have anywhere that this could loop. This index is untyped, isn't it? It's actually untyped up here, isn't it? That shouldn't matter, though. That does occasionally do weird things in Scython. I'm not using it as a multiple or anything, though. Sometimes it does weird things with CAS when you don't type it. I'm trying to think. It could be something in the initialization as well. Or it could just be... Okay, let me think working theories here. So, what happens when you fail to respawn a creep? When you fail to respawn a creep... Oh, wait, this is different, right? So this is just going to move to the position regardless of whether it's valid, right? So this is quite bad. Oops. This can overwrite other entities. Though I'm pretty sure even if you do this, the other entities will still be able to move around. So I think that actually this might work better. Oh, wait, no, it won't. Wait. This can return false. Yeah. So this is not true. So this can fail, essentially. Quite weird. This is going to be... I'm trying to think if this would actually do anything, though. I don't want to just, like, run stuff if I don't think it's going to fix things. What's the difference between just checking if it's empty and calling move to? This doesn't seem like it would change anything. This is just checking if the cell is explicitly empty versus checking if the cell is empty. Oh. Hold on. No, wait, because we put the PID... so complicated. I don't think that this changes anything. I will start a run with it in the background as I'm looking for more stuff, though. Just because it might actually be it. I can't quite tell. I don't think that there's anything different in this, but I could be wrong. Okay, so we replace this with this if grid empty. We break, we don't need this valid pause thing, and then we just do self.move to neutral y x. Now this logic matches the logic from before. This always succeeds because the grid is empty. We also fixed a few potential indexing bugs. Make sure that this is still going. We'll let this finish. I'm trying to think if that would make a difference, though. There are a few things that I'm just not sure about, so The the creeps have a more predictable spawning area. They spawn in this open area by the ancient. Whereas the neutrals, they have to spawn in camps. Um Technically, I think if there were a fight to happen, like on one of the neutral camp spawn zones, like if a few agents would be there, it could be possible that there's nowhere to spawn them. It would be very rare, but then again, this bug is very rare. Because I'm pretty sure that the way that this works now is that I just don't have a way to handle failing to spawn an agent. To be fair, it could be nothing in the spawn logic. It could be in the AI. I haven't looked at the neutral AI in a while. But it's clearly something to do with the neutrals. Okay. Kill this. And then we'll see if this one gets stuck. I think that this will still get stuck. So we're going to go look at the neutral AI in the meantime. But this is now running with neutrals. Also, it is possible that the agents are learning to do new stuff that I hadn't considered. Because there is a pretty strong incentive now for them to learn how to jungle and stuff. That's possible as well. Do I have creep it? Yeah, perfect. I have them on one screen if I just... Yeah. So, creep AI is waypoint based. Tick %5 is 0. Just double check. Neutral AI. It only gets called if the agent is valid. That's correct. So you do the scan for AoE. You check if it finds a target. Nearest scan target of neutral. Yup. This is the same exact code. And then... Okay, now there's a difference. But only a small one because I cached the target, dest Y, dest X. So I compare creep Y, which is neutral Y, and dest Y, which is target Y. I compute a distance, and I compare it to 2, and then I do a basic attack. That's valid. else you move towards agent speed. Dest y, dest. Okay. So this logic is exactly the same. Else it attempts to go back to its spawn. Is there anything wrong with that? There could be. I don't see anything wrong with this. I was trying to see if like maybe the spawn point is obstructed, so there's no way to path back home. But if that happened, dx and dy should just be 0. Yeah. This function should be fine. And what else would it be that would be wrong with the neutrals? Specifically. I mean, we had the candidate options of them not being able to be spawned, right? How likely do I think that is? You're running a lot of games. What's the likelihood that like a wave gets pulled? And it also doesn't attempt to spawn in every spot, right? It doesn't attempt to spawn the creep wave on every spot. It only attempts to spawn the creep wave 10 times. And if it fails, then I think it would that break the code? I think so. I think having an entity at 0, 0 will break the code. How confident am I that that's what it is? That is what is happening? This has caused issues before. Is there an easy way around this? Yes. This returns a bool. How about this? It's not stuck already, right? No. I'm pretty sure that this will fix it, though. And it will be interesting if it does not. I think this is very likely to fix it. Because basically I'm just saying if somehow some weird edge case happens and you can't spawn in neutral, you can't respawn in neutral rather, you just null it out. Ah! Look at that. Failed to respawn. I'm actually very surprised. Okay. So now we know there are screwy things going on with our respawning. Come on, we just saw it. Ah, there it is. Oh, um, 71, 7144. There's a specific camp. There is a specific camp. I forgot to rebuild, though. We're gonna run this again. I'm gonna go fix the... Let me fix the AC one other time. I swear it's always either trying to freeze me or boil me. What I wouldn't give for an AC that actually maintains a constant temperature. Okay. Grid is 1, which is a wall. So 7144. Right? It's always the same camp. Let me see if I can figure out where it is. I think it's roughly double as well, right? So 71 should be like 140. It's like this thing here, isn't it? There's like a camp that's respawning into this giant cluster. Let me see if I can get it exactly. Yeah, it is literally just you go I think over 2 more, so 140 144. Oh wait, 144 and 80. It's actually 80, isn't it? One 144.90, I think. Yeah. So where's 144? Really? Is there a camp here? I did X comma Y, didn't I? No, I did YX. So it is... It's actually 9144. Okay. How's that the same thing? Oh, because I did this wrong again. It's 90... It's 144 down. And then 90 over... Oh, wait. Yeah, look at that. You see it? It's just a camp that's like the spawn position is either slightly off or the spawn position's either slightly off or something like that, and it's just spawning into rubble. I really want to increase the spawn zones. Is it really that common that it messes up? Like, is it actually the case that there are no spawn, like no valid spawns, or is it just like eventually if you run this long enough you'll get unlucky and it won't pick one of them? appears to be the latter. So 2 to the 10. Let's say that half the spaces are obscured there. 1 in 1,024 to just miss the spawn. We're running giant simulations. I think that was it. There was probably more to it, though, right? It was probably... it was probably something like you're attacking it on the same tick that it respawns wrong or something weird like that. Oh, wait, that's a C comment. We'll leave it like this for now. And we're going to hope that this fixes it. I think this does. I think it does. All right. Let me fix the restream chat as well. Where is view docs chat? I'm just going to fix the chat window. Oh, right. I can't because the restream authentication thing bullshit breaks. It's really obnoxious. Yeah, I forgot about that. Maybe I can fix it. Damn it. Well, I'll have to suffice. I wanted to make it a little less transparent, but whatever. We'll leave it for now. Let's go look at the experiments that we ran, because at least we have a sweep that's doing something. The Atari one, at least. Should have finished. $500 experiments. uh, is that, is this real? Welcome. I'm a bit confused. I think carbs isn't working perfectly as we want it to, because it should be consistently, the performance should be a lot more consistent across hyperparams, but okay, 33 experiments, right? Oh, it is running longer experiments. Hello, welcome. Yeah, apparently carbs is just the God algorithm. Hold on. The fuck? It just finds, but the thing is, this, we're gonna look at this and it's gonna be weird, I swear. So here, let's take the filter off. Show me your leak code profile. I don't have one. I've never done leak code. I probably wouldn't be able to solve most, like, easy leak code easies. That's a funny thing, isn't it? Turns out there's basically zero overlap between leak code and building stuff. Let me move the camera around because it's hard to read the chat. Go over to here. What are we working on today? We're working on a lot of stuff. Hold on one sec. Let me fix it so we can actually read chat. Actually, the leak code thing is really funny. So while I was in undergrad, we did a survey to see if, like, there was any correlation between leak code and actually being able to do stuff. And one of the people that did the best on leak code was, like, a random biology freshman that we sent it to by mistake. Hey, Joseph, just saw your thesis defense. Welcome. We are building the future of reinforcement learning very, very slowly here. Well, slow on the span of hour by hour. Actually, the progress is pretty fast week by week. Oh, it means you are in dev from the start. Why is this thing not? Okay, there. Yeah, Tyler, so this is basically, I've graduated. I'm trying to take all the stuff from Neural MMO I learned and build, like, tons of ridiculously high performance sims for reinforcement learning, a whole tool stack to make RL way, way easier and more consistent, generally simple, high performance, and it's been going really well. And we have crazy stuff coming out of it like this. I think we kind of just shredded Atari. I'm sure this is going to be a really weird set of params. We'll look at this in a second. But yeah, Harry, so we're doing the MOBA for the most part today. I had some bug that was causing it to hang, so I couldn't get sweeps for a day or so. So I think I just fixed that like 10 minutes ago. I have a sweep running. We're going to see if it works. In the meantime, we're going to do a little analysis on this, launch a new set of Atari experiments, and then go back to the MOBA and probably do... There's a little graphic stuff I wanted to do for fun on it just to make it look nice. And then I'll think about what to do from there. But if I look at these parameters here, like, highest correlation is time steps. Can I just hover over? The problem is JavaScript here is not going to be very happy. Okay, here are the parameters. Let me move There. Sounds locked in. Let's go. Heck yeah. What's your opinion on Rust? Why is everybody is looking mad about this slang? I have absolutely no interest in using Rust or involving myself with Rust in any way. I do not like the language. I have not used it very much, but it just doesn't have anything that I would want in it at all. Yeah. I have started doing some stuff in C lately, and I've been really enjoying that. I would not enjoy doing Rust. It's just there are too many moving parts in the thing. The main feature of memory safety is not something that I want. It gets in your way a ton in order to enforce that. I do not like it. Looking at these hyperparams here. 32K batch. Very small. Oh, actually, is this a sane set of hyperparameters? Hold on. This actually might be a sane set of hyperparameters, which I'd be kind of interested in. The Wand-B UI really needs to work above, above a few hundred runs, though. So here's the curve. 30 minutes for the experiment. Ah, so this is what I was looking for. Shout Chris. Well, I mean, what am I going to tell him? Hey, guys, can you write your front end in something that, like, works for more than 100 experiments? Like, it's JavaScript or whatever, right? This is like... Hey, guys, do you want to just go do me a favor and rewrite your whole front end in C? So this is the crazy thing. Currently a PhD in EE, been really bummed out where I see the future going and left me unmotivated, killed my discipline. Do you have the same concern getting automated out? Not at all. Ignore the shills. When RL becomes completely autonomous, my brother, nobody is doing RL. I am the only one actually doing this shit. Nobody else is doing this. Everybody else is busy thinking language models are gonna, like, solve cancer and save the world. Like... Not at all. I'm more annoyed about the language model shills, like, diverting 99% of funding and interest away from all the other areas of AI than I am about anything else. But, no, this is, we're building the tech of the future right here. So this is the thing that happens a lot with carbs that I do not understand currently. We're going to have to spend some time doing some thinking about this, because by all rights, this should not be learning anything. The value function loss is completely broken. Recent Piver 3.13. So will it be much faster in performance now? Not really. The only thing that it'll do is it'll let you use threads in Python. as far as I can tell. It really doesn't affect anything I'm doing with Puffer at all because I have optimized multiprocessing with Puffer, which is already going to be like that's going to be faster anyways. So I basically like yeah, it was hard for me to build the stuff that I built because of partially because of not having no gill stuff, but like I have it fast now and the next step of performance is probably going to be rewriting components in like C. It's not going to be like doing Python threads instead of Python processes. Yeah. I've been shifting towards more lower level stuff lately, and I've actually really been enjoying it. Let's see. What was their Beam Rider score? So 15. It's like 5x? No, more. It's like 7x. I don't know. Yeah, I was right. 7x. Where is the thing that's like, I think it's the value function clip or whatever. Yeah, value function coefficient. These are actually insane. 002. Nobody's gonna know what this is. This is pretty cool. What was our wall clock on this? 30 minutes wall clock. And then frames. 60 million. 57 million. This is cool. Oh, and if I've learned anything, I should post the entire picture. Oh, I missed a thing. When does RL become completely autonomous? Oh no, when? No, I didn't miss that. Okay. Yeah, RL is not becoming completely autonomous anytime soon. I would very much like it to be, mind you. Because then I would have solved, well, provided I do it, then I will have solved the problems and I will be able to do other stuff. Remove the chat. The singularity, indeed. The trick is to not drink the Kool-Aid too hard. You have to drink enough Kool-Aid that you like are excited to do work on stuff in the morning, but not enough that you're like being like you're doing insane things. We're gonna do some like dumb photo like this. Hold on. Let's post this one. Let's post this. You gotta have some fun with this stuff, right? Oh, you can't see the good run though. You can't see the good run. Fuck. Stupid. Because the stupid plot just keeps cropping it. Alright, I'm gonna do that again. Okay, this is a waste of time, but hold on. This gets increasingly stupid the longer I spend on it is the annoying thing, right? Let's do this. Hold on. Let me just do this stupid thing. Okay, put this down here. Down here. We take the stupid photo. We post the stupid photo. There, you can see it. Perfect. Whatever, good enough. Let me go back to the chat. Hold on. Fix this. There. Okay. What hardware are you using? I'm using this hardware. Post it in chat. Cool. A funny picture. We'll see if Twitter gets a kick out of that. Also, all the fun stuff I'm working on here is, it's all free and open source. It's all right here on the GitHub. If you want to help me out for free, start the repo. Feed the puffer. That is all. Let's go back to real work and not screwing around. So, we've done full sweeps on Breakout, Beam Rider, and Pong, I believe. It keeps finding these crazy settings. I bet you we can end up doing better than this as well if we make some fixes. But for now, I think we should just pick another environment. Trying to think what other ones people care about. We were going to just do the whole Atari 7, right? Let's try Space Invaders. That's supposed to be a hard one. Right? Space Invaders is like a hard Atari env, or, I mean, it's Atari, but like a relatively hard Atari env. Would be fun to do RL on multiple agents playing this. That's Asteroids, right? Hold on. Yeah. Wait, what's the fire button? I can't find the fire button. What the heck is the fire button? Space doesn't work. Does this thing work? There's no fire button as far as I can tell. Physics on this feel good, but... So, not this version. Maybe it's just survival. So, not this version. There is an Atari Asteroids game that we could port. That would be reasonable. I think that we should do the original Atari 7Ms first, though. So, for reference, like, if you want to contribute stuff to Puffer, we have two people. One is doing, just like people from the stream, one is doing high performance breakout, another is doing high performance Pong. The idea is that we can have like a subset of the Atari Ms that run at 1,000,000 FPS, so we can have ultra fast training on them. The original 7 in the Atari paper would be probably the best ones to start with. So I think like Space Invaders, Enduro, Beam Rider, Qbert, Sequest. I think those are the ones we're missing for now. Stuff like Asteroids would probably be after. Yeah, so where did our term go? We're gonna start a run. Puffer box 1. Space _ invaders, right? Okay, so here was the sweep for Beam Rider, and it's as easy as invaders. Now this should run us a 500 run sweep. It'll take another 3 days, but we will start getting results back by the end of stream. In the meantime, we can check on this. It's still running. Has not hung or crashed or anything like that. Here's the MOBA sweep, right? 3 jobs in. Cool. Found Space Invaders. This is not remotely Space Invaders. This is like not remotely Space Invaders is the thing. Here. This is like based on Space. Let me show you actual Space Invaders. Because we can do that because Pufferlib. Where is it? It is fake Space Invaders. This is where I thought if any of my viewers were Zoomers, I'd make an Among Us joke. Oh, I have it right here. Okay, this is actual Space Invaders. You see, they get closer to you as you play more. And now because I let them get too close, I think they broke my shields. And then you try to hit this thing. And then I lose. Because they got to me. There you go. Was Raylib Space Invaders your inspiration for Snake Web Assembly? No, but it is built in Raylib. Raylib in general is like my favorite library ever. I did not know that that little game existed, like that little demo. The thing is, mine are written differently. So, the typical way you write games is more like the UI is more interleaved with the state simulation. The way that sims work for Puffer is This sim is standalone. You can run it completely without Raylib or rendering, and then the rendering is there to be able to visualize it. The code for the Snake sim is online, though. It's about 500 lines of C, and the only reason it's that long is because it's like this ultra high performance sim that supports any number of different options. You can run like parallel Snake M's and stuff. In about an hour, the agent that we're currently training will probably be better than me at Space Invaders. Okay, so let's go back to our local for a bit. We had some graphical stuff we were working on to make the game look like more interesting. It's in Raylib. Where are we? So I think last we left this, we had this new shader, but it's like not working, obviously. What's the file suffix for shader? So that I can have... GLSL. If I rename this to GLSL, will I be able to... have syntax highlighting? Nope. Whatever, we'll just not have syntax highlighting. That's obnoxious as hell, though. If I put a minus here, what happens? Oops. Okay, that's opposite. So is it just scaling that's wrong here? Oh yeah, it's just scaling that's wrong here. You can see that, like, this gets farther away. There's like a factor of 2, I think, that's like wrong here. Looks like it. What is the best mathematical framework? What do you mean mathematical framework? I don't know what you mean by mathematical framework. Ah. You mean what's the best algorithm? Standard is PPO. Relatively simple algorithm. Staple since it came out in 2017. Solves Dota. Has been used on a ton of problems. How do you stay so productive in a dark place right now? Best of luck, man. Um, One thing that I had to do in the past year is a bit personal, but one of the things that I had to do in the past year was I realized that you can either be exhausted or depressed, and the former is way better. So, uh, incredibly intense physical exercise has been a absolutely great go to for me. So since I have run 2 marathons and a 50K this year, while doing powerlifting, at least upper body power lifts. So bench and I guess overhead press, not technically, but whatever, like 5 days a week. So I probably spend on average when I'm not like recovering from something major, I probably spend like 15 plus hours a week training. Did you get a green screen? Yep. Takes up the whole room. Intensive physical exercise. Yep, that's honestly my best recommendation. It would really help a ton of people. And it also happens to be one of the best investments you can possibly make on your time, because not only does it help you mentally, it also you get, way better physical health as well. I mean, people don't want to do it, but it's like there's really no substitute. I posted an article if you want to see some of the stuff that went into the latest thing I did. This was like a big goal for me for a while. And then I'll go back to dev, guys, because this is a dev stream. But I will, I mean, the reason I posted this on Twitter, when I pretty much exclusively post RL stuff, is because this was something that was just so beneficial to me personally, was just like the training for something hard. There you go. So I did like a 2 month training block this summer. Got up to 53 miles a week at the peak. And then, yeah, 50K. And I have like the whole training process for this. This is like already starting from a pretty advanced point, but it's much easier when you start out. You don't even have to be this dialed in. So yeah, there you go. Best of luck. Yeah. I wish you luck. I was in a pretty fucking rough place at the start of the year. I had some personal stuff happen. Um, yeah, it's helped a lot. Just doing some push-ups and stretching. That helps a bit. For me it's not enough. It's really not enough. The body can take a lot. Like the body can really take a lot. Um in the last 2 month training block, I went up, I built mileage from 35 or so to 53 miles a week to prepare for the 50K. I built elevation from flat training. I built elevation up to probably like a mile, at least a mile up a week, a mile of elevation per week. And I also put 10 pounds on the bench and overhead press, training 11 times a week total. Yeah. Also, Twitter is absolutely just the worst thing possible, like mentally. It's just like social media is absolute cancer. I really wish I didn't have to use it, but the thing the thing is that it's just so useful professionally. Like Twitter replaces having to do marketing, traditional marketing. I don't want to have to do traditional marketing, right? But yeah, try to not if you can, as little as you can. That's the best I got. Yeah. Now, social media is really, really shit. The thing is, like, there's no way, at least for me, there's just no way around it at this point. I never used it growing up or anything, but, like, this is a sizable portion of the total RL audience. The biggest accounts in RL are, like, 15K, maybe. So this is, like, a sizable portion of the RL audience, and, like, it literally replaces traditional outreach and advertising and stuff. And between this and the stream and everything, and just like the amount of exposure it's given me to Pufferlib, like these results do not lie, right? This is the project. This is when I started working on it full time. So it's useful, but you have to like stop scrolling very soon. Like you post your thing, get out. You're technically lying. Who? Me? About what? Oh, if you are going to use Twitter, I suggest exclusively using it for work. Don't follow all the political stuff. And it's still bad, even then. The other thing I know for me personally is I am not allowed to download an MMO. If I download an MMO, like there goes the next 6 months. I'm not allowed to do that. I allow myself to play some like casual things, particularly like I'll occasionally play things where I go, that would be interesting to make a research end out of, but I don't let myself get sucked in to something like really time crunchy because it's just not good. RuneScape, dude, you want to see RuneScape sucking you into stuff? Hold on. I shouldn't even open this page, but I know I'm not going to download it. So, hold on. Let me find it. Okay. 418 raids, 39 challenge modes, freaking 300 KC Tob, hard mode, like, the fuck is this, right? That's getting got good by RuneScape. Had to stop that shit. Overwatch got me good for a little bit. I think Overwatch was even worse because that game would just make me mad. It's like not even fun at some point. You're just being mad. Started using Ubuntu WSL and Vim. I feel mad productive for no reason. The trick is to not spend all your time customizing config files and dumb shit, right? Like, it's just good. You use it. Ultima Online was that for me. I actually want to look more into Ultima because Neural MMO was my main thing, right? All my research ideas did come out of MMOs. That is true. Now, whether I needed to play 6,000 hours of MMOs in order to get those research ideas, that is a different story. But yeah, I do find there's a bit of a balance because like all my ideas come out of games. They all do. All of them. And very often when I have something wrong, it's very rarely that I have something in RL wrong. It's very often that I have a misunderstanding about games. So, yeah. Virtual economy stuff. Oh man, I have another project that's basically ready to release that's as large as this MOBA. I just have to like polish. There's so much stuff I need to polish up, but there's gonna be cool stuff soon. ProcGen, yep. I have better procedural gen stuff coming out soon as well. I saw the Trackmania RL thing. That looked interesting. Great talking to you. Improve on physical. That's good. Thank you. Yeah. I hope it helps, man. I hope it helps. Modern era is just so fucky with people mentally because we've got like all this garbage constantly being fed on like social media and stuff. And like a lot of the tech jobs these days feel completely meaningless because like it's just giant machine with shit engineering all around and no real objectives or anything. Like yeah, people are going to go nuts under that, of course. And then you add personal shit on top of that. It's bullshit. Did you ever have a leak code grind phase? Nope, never done leak code. I'd probably fail a junior engineering interview for Google, and I don't really care because, like, I mean, look at the stuff I build, right? That says more about the interviews than it says about me. If I were in a spot where I had to get a job immediately, then yeah, I'd have to, probably. Well, maybe not, because I do research. But if I had to get like a straight engineering job, then yeah, you kind of have to. But it's like, if you can avoid it, I say avoid it. It's a waste of time. That doesn't mean don't learn algorithms and data structures. Do learn algorithms and data structures. You don't have to be able to like memorize a basically fixed set of applications of algorithms and data structures and contrive settings and spend months doing that. That's what I generally say. Folks on here, I just every time I see the YouTube view count at a decent spot, I like to remind folks all of my work is free. It's right here. All the stuff you see me coding on. If you want to support this for free, star the repo. It helps me a ton. Let me see if I can actually fix this while I've been chatting. Something's wrong with these conversions, isn't it? It feels like it's off by a factor of 2. But the tile sizes... I don't know. How would you apply RL to an engineering field? Data problem or an algo problem? Definitely not an algo problem. It's a data and infrastructure problem, I would say. You need lots of data, you need fast sims, and you need a really good tech stack, which is what I'm building with Puffer. Like data structure and algorithms, kind of getting insane. Memorizing patterns like they were theorems. Yeah, it's dumb. Don't do that. Like... yeah, you just... don't do that. Don't do that. Every so often I'll do I'll do a kind of a cool algorithms thing, but it's generally like some variant of a common search algorithm or some fancy thing of caching or like some trick with like arrays. It's like there's a pretty small playbook that comes up often. So I'm assuming this camera is scaled wrong somehow because... hold on, is it the camera that's scaled wrong? What if I do this? Maybe it's not the camera. Drives me insane. Yeah, I know. It's like... and I mean, it's like, I see so many people fall prey to this, right? Where it's like... it's just, it's so common. It's like, you know, you do all this work, and then, you know, people grind the hell out of whatever to, like, get the FANG job or whatever. And then they're doing, like, soulless, meaningless work where, like, they're not shipping stuff. They're working at, like, a tenth of their mental capacity. And they're making great money, but they're miserable. And then everyone's like, well, what are you complaining about? You're making 500K, you're making 800K, you're making, like, crazy money. It's like, well, I'm doing meaningless fucking work, right? And it's not even like, yeah, I'm building a wall or something. It's like something that has, like, it's not intrinsically fulfilling whatsoever. So much harder to do your own thing, though, right? Because then you're like, everything's on you. But hey, it's worth trying if you can. Okay. Can I tell if these tiles are the right size? If you were to make an open source contribution to a well-known database, I don't know what you mean, make a contribution to a database. Do you mean to like a well-known open source project or to like a... I don't know what you mean quite there. These tiles look like they're the right size to me. Am I wrong? Are these tiles the wrong size? Open source project. Well, you find, well, don't know how to read the database. You do code, right? Like you generally, provided you know what you're doing, right? You look for something that is an interesting project that doesn't have like crazy contributor guidelines where you have to check a bajillion boxes to do anything. You can look at like what some of the people have done around here with Puffer. I have two people that were just like, "Hey, I want to make like some environments to like for Puffer that people could use. Like what should I do?" And I said, "I don't know, maybe you could do like breakout but do it like really fast. Here, look at this enviro and look at how I made it really fast and then do breakout but make it really fast." Hey, Harry. Closed a sale? Congrats. I need to start doing that soon. Are these tiles the right size? Hold on. Happy to help. Well, I haven't really opened Puffer to business yet. It's going to be after the next video launches. After the next video launches, basically I'm going to use that as the excuse to say, okay, Puffer's officially open, and we sell support contracts. We sell support services around Puffer and around RL. And hopefully that'll just give us a little bit of revenue to do some fun stuff with. That's the hope. Where's my... I need my Twitter here so that I can find... where is it? Easy value prop if the tech makes people excited. It makes some, for sure. Let me find my... Where's the screenshot of the Puffer MOBA? I need to compare it. The old version. I could just recompile it, but I think I can find the old version. Okay, here. These tiles are the right size. They're the same size here as there. Yeah. So then why... It's got to be the camera scaling then. Yeah, it's got to be the camera scaling. Did you already start doing RL stuff during your undergrad? I started Neural MMO in undergrad. Yeah, Neural MMO started the summer of my sophomore year. I spent 7+ years on that project. How am I computing this camera offset? Camera target. Main R shader. Main C shader. I think this is the issue. I think this is supposed to be 255. We'll see if I'm right. Where's this? Oh, look, this works, right? It looks like there's a little issue with the offset, right? So the offset's not perfectly lined up. But this is what the map looks like. Let's fix the animation on this real quick. What? Well, that ain't it. Interesting. You have to be a game dev and RL dev? Yeah. Game dev's fun, though. I'm getting better, too. I think there is a decent chance that I will eventually get bored and want to port this whole thing to C. We'll see about that. But I think I should do other stuff first. Used Unity 3D a lot. It's good. Original version of Neural MMO, I had a client in Unity 3D. It had some cool tech in it. Any recs if I want to get back into it? Just do it. Start writing code. Let's say you have writing agents you apply RL2. What would be the backbone of the reward function? Objectives is usually goal-oriented and less open-ended. So what I generally do is, and this is a very recent technique, I pick like 5 things that I think are associated with performance. So in this game, I picked like XP gained, like distance to the enemy tower or whatever. I got like deaths and like towers destroyed. Like I just picked some, and then I use the hyperparameter tuning algorithm to just balance all the weights, so I don't have to mess around with the reward weightings. So I'm only designing what goes into the reward function. I'm not designing how much each thing goes into it. That's been very successful. You have to have fast sims, though, which is one of the things that I'm going to be doing for companies with Puffer. I was helping them out with that. Did you see Factorio? Is there an RL project on Factorio? I saw somebody was doing language models. I didn't see. Is this it? No, this is 3 years ago. Oh, this is Stone. I know Stone. I'm assuming this isn't it. GPT. Yeah, I don't care about GPT on stuff like that. I really don't. I think it's the wrong approach. It's the right approach for parts of it, but like end-to-end GPT is not the right approach. I saw on Twitter as well. I think it was GPT though. Really not cracked. Like language model wrappers are like not that hard at all. You should see the info that goes into the RL stuff. The problem with the language model wrappers is that the things they can't actually learn, they can't learn by playing the sim more, and it's just really freaking heavy. Their models are 1,000 plus times the size of the RL models. That's the thing, Harry, right there. It's like the models are like RL, I can train a 1 million parameter model. You're using a language model, you have a 100 billion parameter model, right? In RL, I can chug down a terabyte of data for training in an hour. If you're using a language model, you chug down a terabyte of data if you have millions of dollars, right? Yeah, it's like mega overkill, and like it's too clunky to actually use for any of this stuff, right? For reference here, like I'm able to, this project right here, this chugs a terabyte of data per hour per GPU. Isn't that nutty to think about? Terabyte of data per hour per GPU. No, you. Well, I mean, it's interesting to see what language models can do, but I'm very, very bearish on just like, oh yeah, we're gonna solve everything with language models. I mean, you can see by what I'm doing. I'm taking the counter bet. What are your thoughts on Dreamer v3? Oh boy. Yeah, that paper is aggressively bad science. You know what? Why don't I just summarize my thoughts? Let me just summarize my thoughts on the Dreamer v3 paper with my own NeurIPS paper. There you go. In which we burned 10,800 hours to find out that a lot of the stuff in that paper doesn't really work. That paper was actually a pretty formative experience for me. At this point, no matter who is the author on papers, unless it's somebody that I personally trust to do good science, I assume all RL research is wrong until proven otherwise. Bottlenecks due to documentation in oil and gas. It's open-ended problem. There's different objectives. My friend in the field wants to apply RL to it. So, I mean, that's the type of thing that I'm going to be doing with Puffer, right? Is I'm going to be talking to people in industries like this who are looking at applying RL to a problem. I will tell them whether or not they should apply RL to the problem, right? And if they actually have a problem that I think RL is suited, I will help them set it up and help them with, features for Puffer and such that would be required to help make it easier to solve. Yeah, that's basically my plan, though, Tyler, is to help out in situations like this, a pretty reasonable cost as well, and use the revenue from that to bootstrap Puffer, so that I can run a little industry RL lab, in which we just do lots of work on reinforcement learning. We make lots of good tools. We open source all this stuff, and then the value prop to people is just, hey, this is a really hard field, so you want the expertise and the extra custom stuff, and you pay for that. What we're doing for clients, people want to do it but don't know how. Yeah, it's hard. Let me see who's on this. Don't know any of these people. 2021. Interesting. So this is cool. The thing that will kill this type of work is the game being too slow. I know the Factorio devs are really performance minded, so maybe if you got raw access to the sim, do they have throughput in here? If they say how fast the sim runs, I can tell you if it will work. If you know how fast the sim is, I can tell you if it'll make any sense. Why does this not work? The only the only number that I need is I need to know here. All I need to know is if you're just purely running the simulation and not rendering it, how much faster than real time can you run it? Like what factor of real time can you run it? If I know that, I can tell you if it'll work. And I'm assuming it's on per CPU core as well. If the game is multi-threaded, which it probably is, I need to know that as well. I generally want to know single core performance speed up over real time. For reference, with all the stuff that I'm making, that factor is like 10,000 minimum, and it's usually a lot faster than that. You can get by with like 1,000, but it's nice to just like really fast sims make stuff easy. Things get hard when your sim is slow. They'll get easier in the future, but like for where RL is right now, you want fast sims. Shader time. Why does time, uniform float time, fragment input? Oh, I'm dumb. Right? Loaded successfully. It says it's loading. It says it's loading, but it's not actually. Fragment shader. It says it's compiled successfully. Get shader location. Time. Dot encode. Right? Shader time pointer. That time. Do I have to do like float? I don't think I should have to, right? No. Doesn't make a difference. Do you want me to track your IP? What? Not particularly. Though it's not exactly private who and where I am. I'm in Palo Alto. I meet up with people all the time. Well, presumably somewhere leaks it, like Restream leaks it, or like Twitch or something leaks it. Discord, something or other. This is quite weird that this... Let me just check something. Hmm. This is very weird to me that this does not work. Float of time.time. Uniform float time. New float star. Not sure what's happening here. I don't see... The shader's not showing up. Okay, what if I do 0 here? Does this change it? Oh, okay, look. If I do 0... Whoops. If I do 0, I get this to show up. So... Does this need to be a float 32 specifically? Does it have to be a NumPy float 32? Is it just like a precision? Nope. This is very weird that this... Fuck. Oh wait, is this an integer? I might just be dumb. No. Okay. Let's try numpy random rand. Does this do anything? Yeah, this makes it flitter. So I guess it just doesn't like time.time for some reason. Big number. Oh, it's probably, yeah, hold on. Time.process time. Maybe this does it. We just need it to not be a giant crazy number. Okay. This is pretty cool looking, right? We can jazz this up a little bit more, but it's a decent little start. Now all we have to do is fix the camera offset. So let's see, can we figure out... It's like very close, right? Let's see if I can figure it out based on the, So hold on, this big curve is up there. And this, like, curve of stuff is over here. And then this one is here. So, like... Oh, are we up here? I think we're up there, right? Maybe not. No, we're right here. So somehow we're over here instead of all the way down here. Looks like a factor of 2 thing again with the scaling potentially. Main R. Divide by 255. Main C shader, main R shader. C shader. This is so close. I'm trying to think how I'm scaling this wrong. Right? I'm trying to think how I'm scaling this wrong. There's... This is the player's position, right? Is this just 128? Now it's not scaled. Hold on. But you see, like, if I do this, this no longer matches. The scaling is weird. So it says, according to this, 256 is the correct scale factor. But does that make sense? Doesn't, does it? No. If you're at 128, if you move one tile, the thing is, I think it is 128 and something else is wrong. But it doesn't make sense. How is this actually being used? It's just being used directly like this. GPT might solve this. How? The thing that's happening at the moment is The map has... So there's a texture map, basically, right? It's allowed to be whatever resolution. It's currently 256 by 256. The map itself is only 128 by 128 tiles. So I have to be tracking the camera position. As an offset. Camera Y. Am I messing up the GLSL coordinate system? I hope not, right? Wait, positive y-axis is up? Is the map upside down? I swear, if the map is just upside down... Let's go check. Okay, so here we have this landmark. Doesn't look upside down. Does that mean, hold on, maybe it's still, though, it's... Oh, this is wrong, isn't it? This puts me near this landmark, which is right here. Still wrong. Either of these are wrong, and they don't look like they're off by a flip either. They look like they're off by a factor of 2. Now, how do I do this? Camera X dot encode. What about just the starting point here? Okay, so this actually puts me near, very near the correct spot. But the scaling is wrong. That's interesting. How is that possible? I have something in my head that's broken with the transforms. You are on a 128 by 128 board. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Keep this. Do that. Did this compile? Did. This is not used. This 128. Yes. Okay, this is it. It's just off by a half of a screen. This is it. So obnoxious. Okay, perfect. So it repeats over there, but ignore that. Is this off by one? It might be off by one. Oh yeah, because the map is not perfectly. That's fine though. Okay. Cool. So now what we do is we get to make it look nice. want to add this actually. Okay. Yield text cord. Does Y go up? Okay. So then this one, we're going to do a two-tone map. 6, 24. I think it's just 24, 6, 6. This. Okay. Something tells me this did not work. Failed. Probably a semicolon. I think I forgot this bracket, right? Well, that's cool, but not what we were going for. It's got to change somewhere, right? Oh, here it is. I saw it, and then I died. Hold on. It's up top. Yep, here's the line. Let's fix that. So what is formula? It's just x greater than y, right? Isn't it just x greater than y? Isn't it that simple? And then it'll just be in the wrong order, right? And there it is. First of all, we do this is less than. And then the other one, this is cyan. And then this one here is red. Okay, so border color. And then this is 0.5. That's a crazy contrast, isn't it? This should be down the river as well. Is it really coming together? Yeah. I figured that just adding like a little bit of a shader would make it look way cooler. I think I want it to, I don't want it to glow quite like this. I think I want to change the glow just a little bit. So border color here. 0.75 plus, I think it's 0.125, right? And then 875. Wait. Yes. That's subtle. What do you think? Is that too subtle? The glow effect? Or is it good? Now, obviously, this line down the center is really dumb. So we should probably blend it instead of having it be like this. We should do like a blend. But the thing is, you can't just do you can't do a cyan to red blend, can you? Because won't it go through... What's cyan plus? No, wait, you can. It'll go through gray. You can't do blue plus red. I think you can blend cyan to red. It'll go through gray in the middle. So let's figure out how to do this. Is there a /star in GLSL? Hopefully there is. Okay, so we're going to do... What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to lerp these together. So this is the difference in text chords. So 0.1, we have to clip it. Is there a clip function? We'll see if clamp works. Change white pixels to... Background is slightly harder. I think it's actually... 6 over... Okay, we're gonna have to clean this up so much. But, like, I don't care. For today, if we can get this thing to work, it's gonna be so freaking cool. Okay, so there's the output color. And then here, it's gonna be... This is lerp red. Let's see. Well, this is not what was expected, but actually... Do we get a blend zone? Oh, look, look, look. We do actually get the blend zone. You see? We get the blend zone perfect. So now we just have to figure out why we went through magenta instead of red. But that's sweet. Look how much that adds to the project, actually. Isn't that nuts? That adds, like, so much to the project, just with, like, this one little silly shader thing. Okay, this was not a waste of time. I'm actually happy I did this. I was getting mad at myself yesterday for, like, wasting time on stupid shit. But this is actually really cool. So, here's the border color. And we forgot a lerp cyan here, right? Yeah. Of course, we're on the wrong side here. So this is lerp red. And this is lerp cyan. Are you a radiant puff or a dire puff? Stylish. Ding. Look at this. Okay, now it goes through black in the middle, which is a problem. Shouldn't go through black. Yeah, fog of war. You just don't see anything. This is cool. This is really cool. Shaders. Shaders. You guys, I'm gonna tell you a fun little story real quick. So here's the original neural MMO I did at OpenAI, right? You see this environment here? You see this whole map? This whole map is one shader, including the geometry. There's not actually a geometry file. Like, the shader is making these stick up and the water stick down and all of that. Yeah. They replaced the nice GIF that we had with a static image, which is a little annoying. Oh, here. There's an overhead. Oh, yeah, there you go. Beam Rider. Cool. So how do I fix this lerp? Change black pixels to cyan. It's this one, isn't it? Lerp red. Change border pixels. Why is that going through black? I would think it would be going through gray. Hold on. I really should spec to the assassin class so I have the faster move speed to get here, but it's okay. Okay, look, so here we can clearly see everything goes through black right here. Is it just me or are we getting shader lines? I can kind of see like shader lines. That's no big deal. Let me figure out why we're going through black. Right, because I did it this way. I didn't do it additive. Well, if I do this... There we go. Now it goes through gray. I don't like it going through gray like this. I know what I was expecting, but like... I don't like it going through gray. There's a different type of blend, right? This is where you ask ChatGPT, not the other stuff. You ask it dumb stuff where you don't know because you're dumb, not because you have a hard problem that you can't figure out. Does that work? That is not what I frickin' wanted. What the fuck? I did not know HSV was a frickin' acronym for herpes. My bad, guys. Fucking hell. I looked up the color space. Well, I didn't see what was on there. Hopefully there's nothing that got me banned on Twitch. My bad. What's like the smooth blend? Is it a multiplicative blend? Doesn't actually Rayson have an example on this? I think there's literally a Raylib example. HSV isn't the solution. It'll just go through a different color unless they're adjacent. It'll go through like magenta, I'm pretty sure. Where's the frickin' this one? Yeah, so here, this is going through magenta, isn't it? You can see the magenta. This is a frickin'... Fuck. Am I trying to do something that's not possible and being dumb? Or is this a thing? Ends of the hue spectrum. Wait, are they on opposite ends? Being very careful to type color space this time. They're not on opposite. You go through magenta. My brain actually can't picture what I'm going for. LAB. Does anybody have an example of this? What's in the middle here? Gray, right? They're on like opposite sides. So I think you go through gray. I don't really like going through magenta in the middle. You see, so this is RGB color space. It goes through gray. Let me see if what I'm asking for is even possible. I'm trying to picture in my head like it's just these two look virtually the same. If you do let me ban that real quick. Twitch has got to do something about that. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. I guess we go through magenta. Wasn't there something weird that happened? Like I just did this or something, and it actually worked? I remember I did something weird. Okay, so what is happening here that makes it look better? Nothing, right? It's still going through gray. It's just less noticeable. Wait, no it isn't. Oh, it's going through... Is it going through blue? It's going through a different color here. Screw it. Let's see what happens if we go through magenta. To convert to HSL. Red. Can probably do it easier, can I? Border color. Why do you want two contrasting green with a darker green? It works fine. I wanted to have there be like, I figured it would be a cool way to have the two shade, like just to have like the two sides have distinctly different colors. Be a cool application of the shaders. Hey, Bet. Is it? What are we at? Oh, yeah. I suppose it is. I'm currently trying to figure out this lerp. Here, I'll show you. I guess I'm doing something visually interesting at the moment. It is a great time to star Pufferlib. All my work is open source. Go star the Puffer. Helps me out a ton. So we have these nice shaders. And I'm trying to figure out how I want to lerp this in the center. Go away, Puff. Because I don't like how it looks in the center right now. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? But I need to figure out... It's gray. The center is going through the gray color right now, which is dumb. You really like cyan? Yeah. To get out your color wheel to find out what the transition color should be. Well, I need to figure out what the math is here, right? I'm sure this is something incredibly basic. I'm going from cyan to red, and I want something in the middle that looks reasonable. It could be just magenta, which I could do by converting to HSV. I'm hoping there's a simpler way of doing it. Like, I'm sure this will do something totally different, right? You want it in RGB? I don't know what I want, honestly. This is kind of funky looking. I don't like this as much. This is too many colors. I do want to know what the transition looks like here, though. Still goes through gray. So hold on. It's red. I'm basically saying that I want this color for longer. Is that it? I don't know if this clamps or wraps around. We'll see. See what happens with this. That didn't do anything, it seems. Because you want full cyan in the middle, right? You want full cyan in the... Is this what it is? You show GLSL not open. Yeah, it's GLSL. Oh, here. I did it, right? Maybe. Let's see what the... I don't know what the hell this is, but I think it's good. It goes from cyan to, like, blue on the graphic. It goes from cyan to blue, and then it goes through this nice smooth transition in the middle, and then it goes here. It's, like, more red to more magenta, I guess. I think this is good. People can submit tweaks to this if they want, but I think this is good for now. It's pretty sweet. Shader's a mess, but it works. So we have to fix a couple small things with this, I believe. Because it's like one tile off or whatever. But for now, like... Here. We can just play with it a little bit, right? So you've got your puffer. Start on this side. It's like one tile off, remember, or whatever, but like, there we go. This is me getting stuck here. Okay, we kill this one. We get level 2. We kill 1. And then we go through the midsection here. We drop an AoE to push the wave. We have to wait for our cooldown because we want another AoE. Okay, we helped our wave out. For some reason, our wave's still lost. That's a little weird. But then we have River. River is slightly misaligned. So we have a few small things to fix. But yeah. Generally looks pretty good. Need some animations and some stuff. Minimap, yeah. Could use a minimap. The thing is the AI doesn't get a minimap at the moment, so I actually kind of like the cyan to blue like this. Is kind of cool. Yeah. Draw bars. Draw text. Where do I draw the player? Where do I draw all the texts? The transition isn't noticeable. What do you mean the transition isn't noticeable? Oh, here it is. It's very noticeable. Possibly just the stream. I'll show you. It's like it has like a subtle animation on it. Is this it? Wait, what? Am I dumb? Level 1. Yeah, I'll show you. Hold on. Okay, so there you go. There's the text color changed. So if you just stand here, do you not see it animating? Yeah. And then the dire puff should have red text, right? Look at this guy trying to get me. Can I glitch past the tower? Yep. Okay, there you go. Cool. Terrain is glowing, yeah. Just a bit. Okay. Actually works. Playable. Very nice. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. And then we're going to maybe clean this up, maybe do a few other things, check on the experiments, maybe grab some actual RL policies. We'll see. I haven't looked closely at the obs. I assume there isn't a pixel visual obs. Nope. This is just for fun and to clean the game up, make it look a little better. I'll be right back though, and then we'll proceed from here. Be right back. Hey, sore. Okay. Love being able to barely walk. Started doing the lower body power lift training since the 50K, and it's going to take some time to get used to again. So we should probably clean up this GLSL because it's like disgusting, right? I think we should check the experiments first, though, just to make sure that we're actually not stuck, which we're not. Let's take a look at the carbs. The carbs sweep. Julian, silly. Okay. We've got policies. We got some policies. I don't think we've lucked into anything amazing yet. The way carbs work is it's going to do as many hyperparameters as you have, it's going to do that many random trials. So probably most of these, if not all of them, are still random. And then carbs will pick up after this. Strong gamma correlation. It's probably like yes, but the thing is that's obvious. That's the discount factor. It'll figure that out. What do we have for like this? Victories, dire victories, okay. Weird policy loss. Whatever. It'll run. We'll get some better policies. I think technically we still have the old one that we can use in the meantime for testing, right? Let me spec into Assassin real quick, because it's just like so much easier to get around the map. Which I think is 1, right? Yeah, Assassin is 1. So we'll spec into Assassin, eval, model, path. Maybe this one. Cool. This is why you spec to Assassin, because you can very quickly get to the fights. You can AoE stuff, you can attack some things, and then you can leave. And this guy's going to follow, but he'll die. And there you go. There's the impact of the fight. Can I don't think I have mana to queue this one. We added some icons. This is their assassin. He's about to get murked, though. There you go. This is actually a playable game. It needs some animations and stuff. Let me get a screenshot for our artist friend. Because we had somebody drop by the stream who was interested in doing some art for stuff. And I think I forgot to reply to him. There. Render human via remote is slow? Yeah, of course it is. So let me think what we can do to really make this thing pop, right? The lack of animations is just rough. Animations aren't super easy to do. And we see the full version so far? Yeah. So this is what we've got. I'm currently spec'd into Assassin, which means I have this move buff, so I can get to this first wave fight faster. I've got this AoE, which I'm going to wait a second to drop. I drop the AoE here. I drop my nuke. I help them clean up a little bit. And then we should get a little bit of damage on tower. Yeah, we get some damage on tower. I'm low on mana, so we fall back. Wait for team. We attack. We take him out. Wait on mana. Drop the nuke here. Low on mana, can't really do anything. Okay, I can take one out here. Like this. Anims, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's no feedback. So we took a tower. So, like, stuff is going on. We just took a tower. I just killed one. I'm low on mana. Is he going to get me? Nope. He's not smart enough. We do the AoE. Yeah, I know. You're not seeing anything. You have to, like, look at their health bars to see anything. Like, here. The one that you can see is... I'll show you. As soon as I have mana for it. Because you'll see me jump to the target. There. So you see I, like, jump to target and it chunks them for a ton of damage. But, like, other than that, there's no animation on stuff. The dash is cool, right? Like, there. I would like to know how I took damage from across the map. That's probably a bug. I'm getting there. Wait, what are you doing? Have you just been, like, making stuff for this? Oh. I think I told you, right, that, like, I have the animation for the puffer that you see on the screen, like the overlay, but probably it needs, like, some processing, but that's just, like, the idle and move stuff. I don't have more than just, like, swim and puff up. I'm gonna die here. Wait, we can contribute? Dude, this is all open source. Yeah, of course you can. We have multiple people contributing, like, envs and cool stuff to these projects already. Yeah, like, this whole code is online. And it's, like, it's updated online as every time every time you see me push a commit, that's immediately public on the dev branch. This is true of all of my work for the past roughly 10 years. So the thing is, this is actually already fun to play if you understand what the hell is going on. It will be fun to play more generally as soon as we can actually tell what's going on without having to like know under the hood. Carry burst support tank. Oh, is that what it was? I didn't know you were replacing the puffers. Those are freaking cool characters, though. It's a puffer tank? Wait, I'm confused. You sent me... I see 5 colored icons. I see like a knight, and they look really good, but wait, what are they? Puffer tank. Wait, using... It's a... Join the Discord. What Discord did you just link him, Bet? The puffer one is just discord.gg/puffer. Oh, you don't need to use the shitty links. It's literally discord.gg/puffer. I pay good money for that URL. Carry clam. Oh. Okay, I see. Wait, that's actually awesome. I don't know why I didn't get that. I just didn't... No, they're really cool. I just didn't realize you were replacing the, like, the actual puffer characters. I almost... Yo, actually... I don't know. It's up to him whether I can show these on screen. I do actually really want to use these. It's not wrong to replace the puffer characters. Yeah. I definitely want to use those. For readability factor. Yeah, okay. You can show it? Okay. So, these look freaking cool. Where's Nathan? Nathan was the guy who was going to do the other end, right? So there's another project that I know would fit these for sure. I think they might fit this project, but there's another one coming up that these definitely fit. Wait, were you here with that conversation with Nathan about the tactical turn-based env? These fit like freaking perfect with that. These are sweet though. Can we get these into here? Nah, I just came back. Oh no, this was yesterday or 2 days ago. So here, I'll show you the other thing that we were doing. Do you know like Fire Emblem? It's like here. It's like a tactical turn base, right? So there was kind of based on this, but actually there's more. There are like way more interesting and complex versions of these combat systems. There's this well-known MMO. Let me hope I'm not getting banned for this, because it has freaking French artwork, and the French people are very horny. Let me see, where's the combat system? The combat to this is really unique. Okay, like you can see, it's like this grid-based system with like ranges and tiles and such. It also has a very strong class system. And this is like somewhere where this, like that fits perfect. Dofus is a good one. Oh, you already know the game. Okay. Yeah. So that absolutely fits there. 100%. People have tried to do stuff like this before. They call it an RTS, but it's not really an RTS. Like, Costa did one of these. This is micro RTS. So he did something like this. You can see that there are no real graphics to this, right? We could do like a combat. We could do more like the original system where it's like team v team instead of resource build, or we could do something like this. Not sure. There's also where's his website? He's got like these types of ends. But nobody's actually really made like decent graphics for anything like this. So it's really hard to tell what's going on. Here's like a 2D sprite thing, right? I guess he kind of grabbed some stuff for this. But you know, we could do something substantially more interesting. Lots of stuff. All right, I'll hold off on the puffer animation stuff for now then, because you might be doing stuff. Let me think what else I can do. I could try to do... It's actually hard for me to even do, like, spell effects because of the way the thing is coded. Link any specific styles you have in mind going forward. Yeah. So I guess... It's hard to say, though. The thing is, like, because I default... When I don't have artwork, right, I default to, like, flat shaded stuff where you can just add a couple effects and make something look kind of cool. Like, that's why I did this. I don't know, did I show you... I think I showed the playable version to you, right? Were you here for that? So, like, I just did this... Where's the animation? I did, like, this subtle animated effect. Just to give it, like, a little bit of something. James O'Keefe. I will look that up to see whether I think that is a favorable comparison. So I did this subtle, like, animated effect here. Like, this other, like, subtle color breathe on the walls. And then I did, like, this smooth transition to the red side here. So we could still, like, we could totally do, like, the art style that you have with this. I would have to just, what I would have to do is, like, I'd have to make it a little crunchier, right? Like, honestly, the puffer I have doesn't even fit with this either, right? Game juice, all right, yeah. Like, honestly, even the puffer as I have it now doesn't fit with it because it's too high, it's too noisy, right? Like, everything else is super streamlined, and then this is, like, noisy. It's almost like, you almost would want the characters to be geometric shapes or something with this. But that's not to say that that's a good art style or anything, right? That's just, like, you know, what I happen to have. I mean, like, I'm kind of attached to the meme of, like, yeah, the puffers have to take stars as the tower, by the way, star puffer lib, but I'm not that attached to it, right? If we can make something cooler, I'm fine doing that. I'll just, like, write on the terrain, you know, puffer AI star puffer or something on the map. Like, that's perfectly as good. Watch this. That actually feels really good to do. The assassin burst combo. Screeps? I've heard of it. Okay, let me go look up the thing. Who is this? James O'Keefe. I don't know who this is. Are there pixel size constraints for the heroes / towers? Not really. Biggest thing in these sorts of MOBAs where so much is happening, you need to know what you're hitting, and status effect visibility is critical. Yeah, so here's... Maybe I should just modify this a little bit so that we can... Should I just, like, modify stuff so that we know where the effects are going? Need to know what you're hitting. Okay, I'm down with... If we can make it look really good, the puffers don't have to be the characters. I can just, like, put, like, a puffer watermark or whatever. That's sufficient promo. Um... Do I go for, like... Okay. Do I go for, like, Geometry Wars style? Like, where it's just, like, shapes that are, like, glowy? Probably not, right? This is even too much anyways. But that's, like, what you do when you don't have artwork. I mean, I'm thinking I could, like, very easily make, like, 5 different shapes for characters, and then I could even have them, like, fly around and, like, turn with the camera. Rested by... Oh, whatever. Cosmeteer. That's, like, a specific asset art style. Why don't I do something like paper cutouts of D&D? Yeah, so I was the thing is right now with the way the engine works is I don't actually like I don't have any information on what abilities are being cast correctly in order to do that, but I should be able to add that. Maybe that's what we should do now, so we can tell when stuff is being hit. 2.5D. That's too much effort. I mean, I might be able to add like some illusion effect to it, but unless you have an idea on how to do it easily, like... The MMO was like, there's so much stuff that went into Neural MMO. So there's like this one, but there've been so many versions. Like, I made this one in the past. Game is top down or just top view? I don't know. It could be whatever. Right? My brain gets like, I don't know why this doesn't happen when I'm writing, but when I'm like designing visual stuff, my brain gets stuck in the creative process because I'm so used to finding like what's the best choice, right? So I always get stuck on this type of stuff. What we should do for now, though, holy hell, I think we got the stream at all-time max. So welcome everyone. Um, it's not really expensive bet, but you have to know what you're doing. I've done it before, and I could do it a lot easier now, but it still would take some work, and I don't want to be spending an extra 2 weeks on it. But here, since we have, yeah, the optimal art, exactly, right? It's dumb. Here, so I'm going to do something for now for the hit ranges and stuff. But before I do, since we have a whole bunch of people on here, all the stuff that I'm working on, it's free, it's open source, it's available right here. All the cool stuff is here, including this environment. If you want to help me out for free, start the repo. Helps me a ton. Streaming RL dev in progress. Most days. So, here's what we're going to do for now. We're going to figure out how to make it so we can get hit effects to show up, and we're going to get like a super basic shader thing for that. I think that's reasonable. YouTube showed me your thesis video this morning, now got your live stream. Welcome. Yeah, most people find this from the thesis. We're doing, there will be another high quality long form video. I'm going to work on it all weekend and see how far I can get. The videos take a lot of work. They take a lot of work. I'm going to do one more long form video. Obviously I can't do like another thesis defense, but I have another long form video in the works. It's going to be 20 to 25, maybe 30 minutes. It's going to be a bit different. I'm going to try something, and if it does well, I'll make more of them, like slowly over time. If it doesn't do well, I probably won't, because they take a ton of time and they take time and effort away from dev. But so it's like, it's almost to the point that like they need to do quite well. But if they do, I'll keep making them. Because ultimately, right, like, none of the stuff I'm doing matters if I can't get eyes on it and people, like, doing stuff with it, right? Though sometimes the way to get people using stuff is just dev more stuff, right? So we'll see. Let's go to... I'm trying to think what we can do to... I don't want to have to mark the tiles with the AoE, do I? I'm trying to think how I want to get the range of attacks. I mean, can I just save like one extra variable to the player? Which is like the AoE of your hit. But then I need to know... Shit. I need to know your target and I need to know your AoE. Target, PID, and AoE. I guess I can save those. It's kind of gross to have to do this, but I can probably... I can probably do it, right? Yeah. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to save in this struct, which is massive. Int target PID. Int attack AoE. Alright. And... basic attack. Where's the basic attack function? Their basic attack? Yeah. Self.attack. Let's just do this one for now. So for basic attacks, you set the target PID, and whenever you step stuff, you're going to just player dot... we're just going to set the target PID to -1. This alone should allow me to get enough data to be able to render at least something. So... let's see. Entity. So here's your entity. You draw all your mods, and now you draw an attack. Now we have to get the target position. So much freaking code. Where do we get the positions? Yeah, all this garbage needs to get copied. I'm gonna have to do so much work cleaning up the rendering for this. I'm probably gonna end up porting this to C just for the opportunity to like redo stuff. Okay, so target x equals target.lastx. Okay. I have no idea what this auto-completed, but sure. Let's just assume that this is a reasonable autocomplete. Why not? And see if we get some sort of graphic on the basic attack. So I forgot to initialize the variables. That's what you just saw there. Oh yeah, look. Okay. So not the best graphic, but it's something, right? Let's see if we can make that nicer. What do we want it to be? You can see the across the screen attacks now. Yeah. I could make the basic attack a zap like that, or I could make it a projectile. Let's start with a nicer, just like a nicer zap. Zero is red, green. Team. This is going to be color. Color. Draw a line from let's see what this does. Well, it's not the worst. You can see, okay. The lines are too thin. The lines are too thin. But it's like a decent first approximation. We'll obviously be able to add shaders and stuff to all this. Welcome more YouTube folks. Does it have to be an aimed attack? What about click or tab targeting and having a projectile? So currently targeting is just the nearest thing for reasons. We will change that in the future probably. But I can do a projectile. I can do a projectile that like heat seeks. The question is, I was going to save that for abilities. But maybe, yeah, it's better to have the autos be that as well. The nice thing about the lines is, for debugging, at least for now, I can also see when you're, like, attacking off screen, meaning that there's some bug. Raylib shapes here. How's this one? I like this draw circle gradient. And what? It goes from green to sky blue. Let's use this. RGB, yep. And base color is going to be G5. Let's just do like this maybe. Draw a gradient line color. So this is base color to color. And then what about the draw line function? How do I make the line thicker? Is there thickness? Wait, line, start, end, float thick. Draw line EX. Okay. And then all you do is you do positions have to be, for whatever reason, it changes the arguments. So you do have to do like this. Oops. Thickness will be, so for 8, color. Let's see how this looks. The lines are too thick and the circles are in the wrong position. So let's fix that. X plus tile size over 2. What's X? Isn't it just entity? Entity X? Source tract. I think it's entity X. It might have to be an int. I think it's int of entity X. And then target Y is int of target Y times tile size. So this is plus tile size over 2. Let's do it all in line. Whoops, this one's not like this. Okay, entity Y, tile size over 2. And then this one is just going to be there we go. Let's see how this looks. Okay, these are aligned, it looks like. Better. They're better aligned, at least. What about without the circles? Circles are a little weird. I like the beams. I don't know if about the circles. You see there is actually a little animation. It does dull the character. You do turn red when you get hit as well. And the beams follow you. It's not bad. I like just the beam way more. Okay. And then we'll do something cool for the AoE, I think. We're going to have to figure out how to do the AoEs. I like it with the beam, just the beam more. Yeah, I was going to use the circle for the AoE. Let me figure out how to do that real quick. That's a little trickier. So, hold on. I figured this out. We're also somewhat limited at the moment by the frame rate. If I'm going to have this be 60 FPS default, we only get 12 frames per animation. I could just run it at 120. Okay. Okay, so target PID here. Where is this thing? Player.aoe. Tech limit. Yeah, we'll see. Target PID -1, attack AoE to 0. This is a good stream day, so I'm just going to keep, I'm going to a little bit more frequently as a result, because it works. Folks, this is all open source. You can get it right here. And if you want to help me out, star the puffer. Helps me a ton. Back to dev. So attack AoE needs to be set. The tricky thing is I need to figure out a nice way of setting the PID and attack AoE for all the different types of attacks. Which is really obnoxious, frankly. I think I'm just going to set it inside of attack. Instead of setting it in basic attack, can I just set it inside? Yeah, so return self.attack. Okay. It's freaking bizarre. Okay, so right here, player.targetPID gets set to the target PID. And then all I have to do is I have to override this inside of the AoE abilities. Wanting to play with Puffer more, but I don't have a good GPU. Do you have one you'd recommend for RL? So if you just want to play with some stuff, let me show you how fast Puffer is. This runs in your browser. It'll run on a phone. It'll train at over 100,000 steps per second on a CPU. That's like more than 10 times faster than the majority of the field working on RL. So we have a couple things that you can actually play around with pretty fast. Even the MOBA that I'm working on will be decently fast on CPU. More EMs are coming that will be fast. But if you want to get a GPU, it really depends on your budget. You can look at our hardware breakdown. We have right here, there's a blog post on what I have. These are a bit pricey. These are like $4,000 a pop, these desktops. You can downgrade those very substantially. My local desktop is maybe like a little less than half the speed of one of these, and it has a 3080. I don't even know how these are still this expensive. Oh, there it is, 300 bucks for, yeah. So, I mean, these are okay for previous gen. And then depending on what environments you want to run, you need a good CPU. If you want to run the puffer ones are fast enough that you don't need a good CPU. Otherwise, you'll need a good CPU. That's generally the situation. But you can already play around with puffer with your current stuff. Like I will run experiments like on my laptop at 100K steps per second quite often. I think all we have to do now is player AoE attack here. AoE scanned. Everything calls AoE scanned, right? This will have the side effect of the towers doing it, though. Well, for now, let's just put it here. Radius player.target pid equal target.pid. So now, whenever we do AoE attack, we have this data here. Setup. Oh, wrong tab. Still wrong tab. And now what we will do, is we will make the animation for this. Animation for this is going to be very simple. So here, we have to add yet another indent, garbage code, but we do fast dev for the stream. The attack AoE? Attack AoE. End goal, I want to see if I can make an environment. I've been building work. Your research was really exciting to find. Hey, hopefully it's useful. We have multiple people building envs that are contributing to Puffer as well. I don't know if that's something you're interested in, but I do occasionally review code and do PRs on stream, which is a ton of fun. Where's the Discord? If you check the dev channel, this is discord.gg/puffer. If you want dev discussion and stuff, it's mostly quite technical. Let's see. If people would stop spamming the chat with random stuff, it would be great. Where's this thing? Somebody posted a really cool GIF of this. Where is it? Okay, here's somebody who's made Pong, but like ultra fast. This thing is like way faster than Atari Pong. Pretty much plays exactly the same. Nathan's working on this. And then here, you can see Noah's working on ultra fast breakout. And hopefully when they finish both of these will both be added to Puffer as alternatives to Atari that are just way faster. These things will train in like a few minutes or less. Hundreds of thousands of steps per second. Okay, what we do is draw a circle. Is it a circle or a circle outline? Draw circle lines. Maybe once I get my low-level foundations, backgrounds in game programming, need some practice with the details over here. Maybe, but before you say that, you should probably check the code. It's not that hard. This demo, here, for anybody who's potentially interested in doing this, who has like even a moderately good background in just general software engineering, this thing is try hard. There's absolutely no performance reason to do this. I rewrote this in C just for the sake of putting this online so I could show people. You can have ultra-fast local M's much easier than this. I will show you. It is, again, open source. Puffer. Environments. Ocean. Snake. Okay. Ignore the .c, .h. These are for the web versions. We don't need any of this. Here's the entire source code. 229 lines of Python, not C. What's Python look like? Okay. Well, it looks kind of like Python. There's a class here. Maybe we declare some types. But what about after this? Oh, this just looks like Python. And what's this? This just looks like Python. What? That this looks like more Python? And more Python. Okay, we have some types declared here. And then more Python. And then that's it. The whole environment is done. And this runs over 10 million steps per second. So yeah, it took me a long time to figure out how to like structure stuff to make it fast like this. But now for people adding new M's, it's not that hard. And if you do eventually want to take the plunge into the C side, only for the sake of putting stuff on the web, snake.h is 417 lines, but that's not, if we just start counting from the top, that's it, 270. 40 lines longer than the Python version total. All this stuff is the rendering now. Rendering in the neural nets, which you can just copy paste. And yeah, it's a little fancier, but it's kind of one-to-one the same. There's like some array math that's a little bit annoying that I'd like to figure out a simpler way of doing, but that's about it. So this stuff does not have to be hard. This stuff does not have to be hard. First, you need linear algebra, then advanced calculus. Yeah, no. You need that stuff if you want to be making decisions about RL algorithms and like understanding why, where, and how certain things are applied. If you're just trying to make some ultra-fast game M's that can be useful for RL research, you don't need any of it. How often do you use AI tools for coding? The thing that I suggest people use, I have Super Maven. It's just like Copilot but faster. I use it for brain dead autocomplete. So if I just do this, I get brain dead like single line autocomplete. Or if I have like multiple of the same line, it'll do multi-line. But I don't use it to I don't use it to think for me. That's generally where I draw the line. Every so often I'll get desperate and you'll see I pull up ChatGPT on stream, and more often than not it just wastes my time. I pretty much will only pull up ChatGPT or Claude if I'm working in a space that I just don't know what the hell I'm doing. Like when I was trying to figure out how shaders worked yesterday, then I did. Super Maven's awesome though. Saves typing. Saves a lot of typing. Let's just do... See, like this right here? This is perfect. And then I can just do DPX like this. It just replaces, you know, the really brain dead refactor stuff. And then where'd the example go? Draw circle, center Y, center X, radius, color. So this is going to be target PX. Radius is going to be see. Let me see if this works. We add a little AoE. Integer is required. Okay. Radius equals int. And see, right here, this screwed me because it forgot to do the casts. Oh, did you see that? When I did the AoE, I got the circle. Boom. Oh, look, this is the tank. You can see the tank is applying I think I didn't tile size. It should be tile size, not tile size over 2. So now we can see AoEs, and actually we saw a tank farming, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that right there is the tank farming over. Let's do drop a Q. Boom, like this. That was a Q. Why does it do Huh. I don't know if it's actually targeting this the way I'd intended it to. Interesting. So that gives you the target, though. Potentially, I could make some graphics because it's not actually a circle. It's more, it's like a grid thing. So we might want to make some changes there. Can I do draw circle lines or something? Draw ring. Do I need to do draw ring? Might look cool with a glowy border. I agree. You're not really going to be able to tell though because it's only there for a split second. I'm also going to need to draw it like under the other agents or whatever. I could make an image for this. I'm trying to think if that's how I want to do it. Can I ask for some grad school advice? I'm considering applying for something a little like what you did, if I can find a good fit. I see. So the reason I did a PhD is because I had a very specific thing that I wanted 5 years to work on. And I already knew my advisor. I'd already worked with him extensively. I I followed Philip, was my advisor from OpenAI, because he went from there to start a professorship. So mine was a pretty unique case. I'm not sure if you have specific stuff that I might be able to assist with. Draw ring lines. Maybe this is what I want. Now I want to port top-down Counter-Strike. There is actually something like that that you could do. I a little careful. I don't know how to do. I don't know how to make line of sight checks fast. You might get stuck on performance there. But so this thing exists. And this is essentially based on OpenAI's project, where they did stuff like this. And then there's also this is Quake Capture the Flag. They reskinned, you can see here the original maps. They reskinned Capture the Flag though to make it less guns, so it would be more palatable because Europe. And yeah, you can see like these types of maps. So you could do a top-down type thing. The line of sight checks would be a little bit tricky. So the thing that you have to think about with RL, more than anything, is the observation space. Like, what is it that the agent is going to see, and how efficiently are you going to be able to compute what the agent can see? That might be a hard place to start. I would have to basically take a couple hours to, like, I don't know, take a long shower and like think about it or something like that. I don't know. Because I think it can be done, but it's going to be a little tricky to figure out how to structure the data. If you're going to be new to these environments, if you're brand new to the environments, you might want to start with something that everything is like a grid slice. Like you see these like tile things here. If everything is just like a 5x5 or an 11x11 is usually a good size grid slice, then it's easy. It's harder when you have to do stuff like, well, the observation is actually supposed to be a first-person render across the map like this. Doing something like that fast is very hard, right? A top-down thing, yeah, you can do, but then like, how's it aiming, right? I guess you might be able to do a top-down thing where it's just like it can only see a certain distance in tiles, and then like it has to be turned to face that direction in order for it to shoot in that direction. Maybe something like that. But you'd have to basically think about how to do it efficiently. Yeah. I want to do, let me think. I have the project been struggling how to find an advisor, recommendations in RL, ENV design with a focus on artificial life. Yeah, depends on your resume. Julian Tegelius and Jeff Clune, I would think. Let me think, is there anybody else? The top places I know are like Julian's group does environment design, artificial lifey stuff. He's mostly focused heavily on games. Jeff Clune does like some open-ended, interesting research stuff. Everybody's more or less doing a little bit of something or other with language models on top of it these days, outside of me. Ken Stanley is not doing a professorship, otherwise I'd say him. Um, what I would suggest for you if you're doing this, I'd go like look through, like go through the A Life conference, go look at publications that you like, and go look up those professors. Yes, to get into a top lab, you have to have top credentials. This is very true. You have to already have research experience. You already have to have, in most cases, some publications. You have to have a track record. I had been doing research for 3 years, no, more than 3 years full time when by the time I started my PhD, because I was like spending half of my time in undergrad just doing research. Not true of all the labs, but this is generally at the top places. This is what is required. Compile your snake.h as new FE, write code, and it needs to run on the GPU. Jason, I think YouTube is eating a bunch of your messages because whenever you post stuff, like I only ever get half of it. The amount of time you spent doing research was more than most spent on all of undergrad. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. I didn't work like crazy hours in undergrad by my standards, but I worked more than I work now. It was probably like 80 average. Probably like 80 average. Independent research, don't have something to put on my resume for it. That's hard. I mean, you can check what I had, and the standards have gone up since I started, rightfully so, because it's gotten easier to do research since I started. We didn't have any like nice tools to work with. We had to do a lot of stuff from scratch. But okay, like from here down was before I started PhD. So I had this thing from OpenAI. I had this, well, this was just like a meme paper, so ignore that. I had a cool archive paper here. I had one major publication, single author, and a couple small things. That's what I had. It's not that the competition has gone up. It's that people have not just gotten way smarter. It's that the tools out there for doing research have gotten much better. So like when I was doing research, we would spend half our time like fighting with making autograd work because we had like shit old versions of TensorFlow or really early beta versions of PyTorch. Before that, it was even harder because people were hacking in Caffe. And before that, people were writing their own CUDA code for everything. So that's why. Couple tiny computational complexity papers from undergrad. If by published you mean published in a conference, then there might be some theory PIs that are interested, but that is not exactly in the area of A-life as much. How do I want to do this? Diamond? Can I draw a diamond instead of a square? Can I draw a... What is the AoE? Oh, I'm dumb. It's a square. I need to just draw a rectangle outline. I'm dumb. Draw rectangle lines. Rectangle rec. Wait, draw. One very specific area of study. It's not basically impossible. It depends what you want to do, right? And like what you're willing to do. You have to consider why you want to do a PhD in the first place as well. That is a very important question not to skip. Does this actually work? Well, it forgot the thickness parameter, which can be... Went into PhD without a plan. It's not the most engaging work. Yeah, it's really not. Like, you have to think about this. If, assuming even that you do it right out of undergrad, you are 22 when you graduate undergrad, you're going to be 27 by the time you finish your PhD. So that's most of your 20s. Well, half of your 20s, really, right? It's half of your 20s. Working on, even at a top place, working with very low funding, 10th of what you'd be making in industry, with almost no resources. They really don't have good equipment at almost all places, including places like MIT. Working with external constraints on publishing as well, and a whole bunch of other bullshit you have to deal with in addition to coursework. So that has to be worth it to you. That has to be worth it to you. And if it's not, you're going to have a bad time. And even if it is, you're still not always going to have a good time. Want to have 30 and it would be worth it? Hey, if you're confident, then you're good. Don't let me dissuade you. It's the people that like do a PhD because they think that's just the thing to do that it's like, what are you doing? Okay. We don't need this circle. Plus radius. That doesn't make any sense. Target picks minus radius. Times. I will also say if that you have some financial reserves going into a PhD, so that you're not literally like living paycheck to paycheck off of a stipend, you will have a substantially better time, but it will still be hard. So if you that's like a little bit of full-time work, a little like a few internships, something like that, it will make it substantially better. Much as I can. Fair enough. The thing that I didn't expect was just like the and this is specific to what I'm working on because like I have a very specific way of doing my work was just like the extreme amount of resistance that I got from entrenched academic seniority and like reviewers and like just the difficulty of publishing and the amount of time I had to waste like trying to convince people, like tried to like slot my work into a way that people were used to thinking. It was a bunch of stuff. I'm very happy to be out of academia. Very, very happy to be out of academia. I mean, think about it as well. Like, sure, there's no revenue for Puffer yet, but I'm only making like a tenth of a reasonable salary less than I would be making otherwise, right? Not to mention that because it's a company, everything's a write off. All the company expenses, at least. So in practice, it's probably like more like closer to 5% of a salary that's the only cost. Can't be worse than being a contract data scientist. Probably not. Probably not. Thickness here. These animations are like so freaking quick is the thing, and it's kind of a limitation of the way the game is. I think we should do something similar to the terrain. So that's the tank there using its AoE. You interned at OpenAI before ChatGPT. You get the urge to work on LLMs in the hype round? No, not really. I thought they were going to be good, but the RL work was always cooler to me. I mean, Alec was there working on that stuff back then. He was awesome to chat with. I mean, I spoke with a lot of the people very often. It was a very nice vibe. Inside the border, you're making the background brighter. Yeah, I thought of that. Um, the one cool thing is like you could be on the enemy side of the board and bring your color over there. We're gonna have to make some changes first, though. Have to make some changes first. Yeah. Holy. Pretty sure this is a stream, this is like a max stream. We're at 17 viewers total, plus if there's anybody on X. So I will take a quick moment before I add the new feature here. Folks, if you haven't starred Pufferlib, this is free and open source. All my stuff is free and open source right here. If you want to help me out for free, star the repo. I also post all this stuff on X if you're on there. So I'll put this in the chat as well, and I've got some articles on there as well. There you go. Discord is puffer.gg as well. Vulkan isn't supported. Jason, I'm not sure what you're on there, but there's no Vulkan here. Do you remember the moment got you interested in deep learning? I kind of stumbled into it in high school, to be honest. I'd already been programming for a bit, and I was like doing some science. I was like, well, what do I want to do? It's like, well, I want to do something. I wanted to do something in software. AI really seemed like the thing, and I mean, I was doing research from a very young age. I was doing computer vision research when I was 16. It was very, very bad research, but I was doing it. I worked on, I mean, it's a little bit of a, to say I worked on this is a little bit of a stretch given how bad the work was at the time. But I contributed in some way at least to, I don't know why this is at WashU. Oh, here it is. I don't know why Justin is fourth author on this, because I was working on this for Justin. But yeah, this is 2016. I was working on this. Before then, actually. It would have been 2014 that I was involved. Okay, let's actually get this feature implemented. So, first thing we need to do is... Bet you can literally, it's discord.gg/puffer. It's the puffer link. I paid good money for that URL. There you go. I paid way too much for that URL. Okay, y less than 0. So what we're going to do here is we're going to first... Let's just do render entities equals this array, and then render dot append PID for PID in render entities. Okay, so what I've just done here is now we do the background layer first, then we do the render entities, right? Yeah. And when we're doing the render entities, I'm going to have to restructure a couple things here. Okay, I don't want to slow this down because, you know, folks want to see some cool stuff. I'm going to only take a couple minutes doing this. I have to clean this up a little bit because what's going on here, if it's not obvious, so I need to draw the first layer, which is the background, which also has a shader on it. Whoops. And then I need to draw all the I need to draw all the AoEs and all of the targeting effects after that so that they go underneath the characters. Otherwise, when I draw the characters, there's going to be stuff on top of them obscuring them. So I want to put like the ground AoEs underneath the characters. So that's what we're going to do here. And in order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to have to repeat a little bit of logic, I think. Yeah, we have to repeat a little bit of logic. So this here goes up to the top. We can clean this up by just doing a continue, entity, target, hid, -1. Then we do a continue. Okay. Then we get the targeting information, which is fine. And then we have to do the second pass on this loop. So let's put a comment. This is targeting overlays. And then we do here, which is going to be entity renders. And probably I forgot some temporary variables or whatever, but hopefully this is good. And we get rid of this code. We don't need this. We don't need this. We can get rid of like some of these old comments. That'll tighten this up. We don't need this circle. We don't need the circle gradient. We don't need this. We probably can do like this. Tighten this up. I don't know if I like this or not. Yeah, whatever. We'll do this. And then, cool. This is way tighter. Now, let's see if this works. Or if we have a few things to fix. Variable entity X, not affiliated, 597. I need to grab some variables, don't I? We need to recompute some stuff. Where is it? Entity X. Oh. Yeah, we need these. Target PID. Yeah, let's see if this works. This will all get cleaned up. You know, this will all be cleaned up. I'm cleaning up just minimally as I need to develop while I'm doing this live, but key error 0. Source rect is self.asset map. Tile. What's tile? Tile is just grid. Ugh. That's not good. I guess I have to do... Wait. How'd this happen? Grid YX. Oh. Let's just do this. Alright. YX. YX. How do you make different agents take different actions in a multi-agent env? What do you mean? The policy will pick different actions. Same policy runs on different observations, picks different actions. Okay. Does this work? Okay. So, something's getting rendered on top of the entity, I believe. It appears. Interesting. The goal here is to have 3 different layers. Here's drawing the background. Wait, PID equal -1. This is just a debug. This is literally just a debug. Where's the shader get done here? Researchers in EMP devices against autonomous systems. Do you think this is a real concern at the moment? Not any more than like nanites or any other sci-fi things. Do you believe we could control more capable AI? Like, the answer to that is I don't know, and it's I don't know in a way that's not concerning, right? It's like I don't know if nanites could be dangerous, right? It's like I don't know because the threat is not like there's no realistic depiction of said threat, right? Yeah. Now EMP devices against like um swarms of drones that are not like super intelligent but are able to coordinate, yeah, that probably is going to be a thing. Because pretty much based on the type of research I do, like, yeah, drone swarms are a legit tech we could make. In fact, I'm pretty sure they somewhat already exist. True, it's just crazy to me when I think about it. I don't know. I'd rather we fight each other with drones than fight each other with men. Flux compression generators. Is that the image model or is that something else? Oh, okay. This is something completely different. Cool. This is cool work. This is probably too much. I have not done my physics in very long. Physics is cool. Hold on, let me not get distracted too much here. I need to figure out what the heck is wrong with this so we can have this work. PID YX. I'm pretty sure that this is like some local variable shenanigans, right? Yeah, look, I'm not getting the new entity here. One of the places where Python scoping bites you. Okay, this looks better, right? We can go like this. And then can I do the combo? Hiya. There you go. That actually works. And this looks reasonable. And okay, now we have to just make the, now we just have to make the render, right? Which I think I can just do draw rect. Let me see. Draw rect. Let me see which one of these we want. Draw rec rounded lines. Draw rectangle lines. It looks like you have to do 2 calls, but that's fine, right? So this will be rectangle lines. We'll do rl.draw rect. Let's just do, what is it? T start x equal target pix minus radius. No, we'll just do target pix minus radius base color. Let's just try this for now. Let's not get fancy. Oops. Oh, briefly, is this still running? Yes. Our hyperparam sweep is still good. Okay, so check this out. Can we do no draw rect? Is it draw rectangle? Did I get it wrong? Draw rectangle. Whoops. So we zip over to here. And then we have just enough mana, I believe, usually to do the combo, which is this. Uh-oh. Why did it not do the animation? Hold on. Is it 150 mana? Oh, yeah, look, there. Okay, so we're going to replace this with this color, I think, which is the cyan background. Mid color 0, 128, 128. Mid color. Animation test in Discord, El Capitan. Let's see. You make really nice animations. Can I show these on stream generally? Or do you want like to only show like final versions? I know some artists have preferences. Can I show this? This is like really good. This is so sweet. Okay, I'll wait for that message. Up to you. Sounds good. I generally do most of my stuff in the open, with the exception of like I've got one project that will be made public soon. But yeah, this is sweet. Look at these. Oh, I see the pufferfish head now. I see it. It like I didn't see it at first because it kind of looks like a helmet. Spike shield, brah. Yeah, I see. But it also isn't the top of it? Is the top of it meant to be a puffer? It reminds me of, oh man, this is so niche. Let me see if I can find the graphic for this. It reminds me of this freaking thing. Animation really sells what stuff is. It's vaguely, yeah, it's freaking cool. I mean, I love the like, I really like this idle animation, and I really like this is sweet. No, this is good. I like it. I will definitely use all of these in M's if you let me. I will have to substantially adjust the art style of the MOBA as it is now to make it fit with something like this, but I can do that, or if it makes more sense, we will do it in the Fire Emblem style env. Because it's got like a slight bit of pixel crunch to it, right? Free use big guy. Free use big guy. Awesome. Well, thank you. I'm gonna have to slot these in to see what they do. Raw, it's raw, no anti-aliasing. I say. The other thing that I'm not sure about, so depending on where we use these, it may or may not need movement, a movement animation, right? Like the idle animation that you have here, this is like perfect for like a turn-based like tactical style thing where the pieces just like snap from one position to the next or whatever. In the MOBA with like smooth movement, that might be harder. Puffer Knight is awesome. The fish head. Puffer Knight. Okay. This is so cool. Heck yeah. Ah, man, we got to start that project. I have so many sim projects I need to do. I can make him run. Doing it 2-bit like this is nice since you can quickly iterate. Hey, whatever works. Like, is like whatever cool stuff you make, I will find like an env to use it in. If it doesn't match this one, we'll do it in another one. I'm not going anywhere. We're making tons of M's, and like this MOBA has taken so long because of the balancing and the tech and stuff. But generally, it doesn't take that long to make M's, especially like like a turn-based grid env type thing. That would not take long at all. Like we could have a prototype with your artwork in there in like 2 to 3 days. Does this mean we're gonna see a puffer platformer? Um, Atari already has a bunch, and ProcGen already has a bunch of those. Maybe, maybe. Like the really, really simple M's, I'm gonna leave to viewers. Like if you want to do something on about the level of complexity of an Atari game and want like some assistance, but are willing to do the implementation and like work through to make all the stuff good, like let me know. We have 2 people doing these, and we need more. Do what I can to cover most of the cases of stuff you'll need for as far as versatile assets. Awesome. Multi-purpose tile sets, etc. Cool. I'm gonna have to figure out with the tile sets whether we want to do top down or isometric. It's just gonna basically depend on how hard is it to do an isometric render. It's not that hard, right? It shouldn't be that hard. I remember it makes some issues with like snapping tiles together and stuff, maybe. But generally it should be okay. More to come. So this is going to be In the meantime, we do have some basic attack indicators. Ignore the lines. Boom. There we go. Low, 3/4 perspective. What's LOZ? 3/4. I know what's like every oops. What's like every single tactical game ever? What's this perspective? Not this. Like, is this? I've got to see how much Nathan wants to do on this as well. Because I got to get him to start on some stuff with that if he's gonna, after the new env. This is ISO, isn't it? We also have, I think we have the tile set from Neural MMO we can use still. These are just like flat graphics. This client was a nightmare, but the graphics are really nice. These graphics were made by, actually it was a very similar case to you, where we had an artist who wanted to volunteer and contribute. These were made by a Blizzard artist. This is why these actually look very nice. We could technically reuse some of this tile set for stuff. This client was a nightmare because it's a web client in TypeScript. Like, if I were to just load these into Raylib, it would be way easier. Literally rather work in... literally rather work in C than JavaScript. Glow is supposed to be 4. Let's try this. Okay, that's cool. Let's see, base color is blue. Don't really need this. So this is highlight, base. Base color is... No, wait, this is base. Highlight. Is this. Base. Accent. Base is 128. 0, 0. And let's fix this. This is going to be the accent color. This will be base. And then this should look a lot nicer. I wish we had like line cap options and stuff, but let's see how this looks. Wrong teams. Okay, that I just saw looked really good, but we had the wrong teams. So this is... Huh? Oh. 28. Puffer MOBA. Really? I thought we fixed this. Oh, they're swapped. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. Why are they so aliased? They don't actually look bad when you do it this way. Oh, did you see the tank there? There you go. That's not bad. I like these zaps. Let's also do... Where's the color? Okay, now our UI is in the same color. The team, which is nice. We can do like stuff like this. Having them flash red doesn't really work, right? Because like there's a red team. What should I do for damage instead of having it flash red? I could have it flash in the color opposite the team, right? Because you can't tell with this one when it's red. But that's kind of weird if you do that. Actually, I think it works because you have the hit trackers. Yeah, I think it works. There is always white. Let me try this first. Tint is equal to... Let's try this. White hit flash. I'll also be drawing hurt frames. Okay. Let me see how... Something went weird there. Hold on. I can do white. Let me see if this works first. If I do opposite color. Because then it will be like the tractor beam will be connected to your team's color. Oh, these guys don't have one because they don't have a team. That's a little awkward. Oh no. They are flashing. It's just a little odd. Do we have... They're flashing like the wrong color, aren't they? Oh, I just saw it flash cyan. It's pretty confusing because it makes it look like your teammate. Let's do How do we do a white flash? A brighten flash, actually. Does that work? Because white is like the default tint. Sobel. Bloom. Where's the filter? I could also do like a bloom effect around it. Right? Let me try that. Raylib use WebGL or something else? Compiles to WebAssembly. So yeah, it's C. Like this code won't work on the web. If I wrote it using the C API, it would. That's what I do with the snakeenv. Let me go get the bloom shader. Where's bloom? Uh-oh. Raylib. Bloom.fs. And yeah, we can just copy this, I think. I'm interested to see if this does anything. Failed to open. Hold on. Failed to open bloom shader. See this? Okay. So on hit, there should be a bloom shader effect. Oh, that's cool. I can see it. Yeah, I can totally see it. So it actually, this is kind of cool. I don't know if it's worth the extra compute. It's probably not that. Yeah, look at that. So we have our bloom effect. This is pretty decent overall. I mean, we have some decent stuff here now. For sure. Look at the tank there taking out the tower with its AoE. You see that? Cool. This mid zone is really nice. We have a few things to fix because like the terrain is not perfectly aligned. I think I can go up into terrain like this or something. Yeah. So we have a few alignment issues to fix with the terrain. But other than that, it should be good. Solid. Let's check on our hyperparam sweep. How are our experiments going? After all, we have been training stuff this whole time. Are these our experiments? Hold on. We should have 2 sweeps. Yeah, no, those weren't them. So we have this one and we have this one. So this one is the MOBA. These are all random experiments, and now I think it's trying over here to get better ones. So it's going to take a little while, but it's, it's doing some experiments. Gotta run for the night. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, of course. Thanks for dropping by. Ooh, Space Invaders. Close to 700 there, and it's going to improve. Very nice. What's a sweep? This is automatic hyperparameter tuning. So we're running 500 experiments. 500 experiments currently on Space Invaders, 500 experiments on the MOBA that you're watching me develop. And this thing is evaluating skill rating over time. So this is actually seeing what is the win rate of new experiments versus old experiments. And this is all done automatically for us. We get all sorts of stats. And if this sweep matches the previous one, what should happen is probably tomorrow or the next day, we will get back a very nicely tuned set of hyperparameters that score very well on this, and we'll be able to see some interesting new learned behaviors and hopefully have a better set of bots for the game. Is what we were doing. Very nice. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and it's 6:30. I'm gonna put in another hour or so, maybe. Is there currently stun buffs in the MOBA? Yes, there are. I will be right back, and then we will figure out what we're gonna do to polish this up for the evening, and what additional stuff we can do. Maybe we'll try some new models. Maybe we'll think of some fun things to do with this. But if you have any ideas for graphics in the meantime, start writing them down. I'll be right back. Okay. Do I have? Yeah, I still got a drink. Is there currently stuns or buff? Yes. We have stuns, slows, and move speed buff. Those are currently in the available skills. The assassin has a move speed buff. The carry has 2 different abilities that inflict a slow. And then there are a couple different classes that have a stun. Is this all Pie Game? No, I hate Pie Game. This is Raylib. Raylib's awesome. I actually hate Pie Game so much. There's a base class called Buff. There are no classes. There are components of a struct that keep track of this stuff. So you'd think that this project would be pretty long by now, right? You'd think that this would be several thousand lines of code, right? This is not several thousand lines of code. It's 1,600 total with a whole bunch of comments and stuff. Probably I could cut it down to 13 or 1,400. This struct has gotten really chunky, but it's very easy to add stuff because, yeah, it's just a bunch of stats that are attached to each entity. So the buffs, for instance, are we can have like move speed. There's like a modifier here, and then there are like some timers on stuff that just tick down. It's pretty simple. Then the AI learns how to influence those stats. The AI learns how to use the abilities in order to take advantage of their kit. The AI is not currently doing anything about like influencing what abilities are in the game. Let me think what we can do on graphics here. So things I see that we could do really depends on the art style we want to go for. So technically, like the background, stats of a string that can evolve. That's harder to do. Because technically, yes, we can have the AI change parameters of specific abilities, but you'd have to run a quite large scale experiment to determine if one is better than the other. Because what you think about it, right? Like the only thing that you can tell by changing the mechanics is skill expression, which means like, does making these new mechanics mean that smart agents can be way better than dumb agents, which is harder to measure. I see what you're trying to do with like the automated game designs. It's very, very difficult though, like because the only like you can't optimize this for fun or interestingness. You can only optimize for stuff like skill expression, and that takes a lot of compute. So like what I could do, for instance, is let's say that I had a set of skills. I could make it so that the damage value of each skills is part of the search of the algorithm. Um, but then if I do that, like I have to run like 100 experiments at least for each setting like that, for every single setting, because I need to get skill expression. I need to understand like, hey, if the skills have these damage values instead of those damage values, does that make it does that mean that there can be a bigger MMR curve essentially, which is quite tricky. It's doable. It takes a lot of compute and it's a little hard to set up. And for reference, I'm not aware of like anybody having done this. It's only remotely possible because of how fast this simulator is. Okay. Trying to think what I want to do to polish some stuff off here. The project is actually in a reasonable enough state at the time being. Uh, we have some graphics. Gothic art style. Not really. I wouldn't say that this is. What are the options? Well, the color scheme is the puffer color scheme for stuff is always cyan. And when you need an opponent color, you just pick red and then you get Tron. So that's what we have for the current color scheme. But then there is still room for like how pixel crunchy is it, right? Is everything just going to be fully flat shaded? Are we going to go for like a minimal colors thing? Are we going to have like bloom and stuff? Are we going to go for like there are a lot of ways that I could potentially go with this. Um Let me play around with a few things with the bloom filters because I don't think it's going to add much performance overhead. What is Ryan Moulton doing with the... Oh, I don't know. This is just my random feed. Yeah, I don't know. Random Twitter feed. I am a pixel crunch purist. Okay, so How would you, so here, you see what I've been working with, right? How would you alter, actually, this is a great question for you. Maybe this is what we'll do for the last bit of the stream here. Um, so you see what I'm working with, right? I have a map. I the map is like the map just tells me where stuff is, right? I can render it however I want. Um I have an edge detector, I can write shaders, I have ability to draw text, I have like geometric shapes that I can do that I can put shaders on. You can see that I have like a little bit of bloom on this highlight here, right, for the damage splat. This is what I have. What would you do to get this into like a more pixel crunchy art style to see if it looks better? Like, what should I implement right now for this? Should I try to like add some noise to the terrain and the borders and the background? Should I like, yeah, what do you think I should do? I don't know if RLib has particles. I can look that up. Or Raylib. Not this. I think there's some stuff, but nothing like crazy standard. There's no like ray particles. Terrain noise for sure makes it easier to track motion. Um, okay, you know what? Let me give you. Can we do something in the middle, South? Let me give you you know the old school RuneScape art style, like with the render lines on stuff. You know how like it renders and there are like render lines on stuff. What about I do something like that, or do you think it needs to be more crunchy? Like you see how it has all the render lines on stuff, like this. You can see. Or do you think more crunchy? Is it more like pixel crunch, or is it more like smooth plus this thing? How would you go? Should I just add random noise to the texture? Should I like, yeah, soft sandy noise. Okay. Or bit game object spawn with a random direction. Damage text. That type of stuff I can do. I haven't actually added projectiles yet. Let me find like a basic noise thing. Okay, this one looks decent actually. Weird. Output color. Okay. Noise times. Let's see what this does. Well, this is... This just looks staticky. And the pixels are too small. This is like actual individual pixel noise. How about this? Okay, now the noise doesn't move. So it's just like a filter, which is also not what we want. Mock-up test, yeah. I think what I would have to do is... I mean, I'd have to use, like, bigger pixels. And I'd have to make it tied to this text chord. I'm actually kind of surprised that the first one didn't work. Can we, like, is there, like, a round 2 or, like, a... Ocean floor and coral. Okay. No, I don't like this. Oh, well, wait. Maybe... Okay, so we can do float input x equals scaled. Let's just do 6 times. And then we do round. Let me see about this. I'm going to see if I can make bigger pixels. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Didn't happen to fix this. I probably didn't push that. My eyes? Is this terrible? Are the pixels too big? What should I do with this? Way too busy. All right. It's almost good. I mean, I can mess with the pixel size. Like, I can do this. That's got some crunch to it, right? I don't know. I can go smaller than this. It needs... So you want coherent noise. You want like Perlin or Simplex or something. This also absolutely doesn't match the like the glow whatever vibe from the other stuff. How do you produce like escape rain render effect? How is no. What's the is it like rounding errors or something? What is it that causes that? Or a noise, yeah. No attribute last Y. Probably missing MOBA or MOBA needs to be recompiled, bet. Probably the MOBA needs to be recompiled. This texture. Can I load this? How do I recompile it? Setup.py build ext in place. I'm trying to think how I would even load this in. I could potentially do it. It would be a fair little bit of work, though. It would honestly probably be just as easy or easier to do it procedurally, though it would be slower. Let me play around with a couple things. Sure, what's this do? Oh. Do you see it? Do you see it? Or is it too subtle? Kind of like it. Yeah. It's not pixel crunch is the thing. It's more like the frickin' RuneScape, like precision error or whatever the hell it was that causes their rendering to have these lines. I could also do it statically, because it's really distracting to have a moving background while you're playing a MOBA, right? What if I made it squigglier and I made it static? Keep it, I love it. Okay, the one concern is like it's really distracting to have a moving background playing a MOBA, isn't it? Like, could I make it squigglier so it looks more like water but have it be static? Or do you think it needs to like this, right? Squigglier and slower? Okay, slower maybe. It might end up having to be static. Let me see if I can make it squiggly. Water does move, but MOBAs don't like moving backgrounds. Okay, so this is the function. So let me take time out for now. Renders perfectly. It should render perfectly. And by the way, it'll be way faster if I port this thing to C. It'll run on the web. It'll run on a phone. Anchor with ambient objects. Landmarks. Possibly, yes. Let me just try a couple things first. Any way to make it highlight fields? Magnitudes. Wait, hold on. Let me figure out what you're saying in a second. Did I just break the shader? Yeah, I just broke the shader. Hold on. Because I forgot a semicolon. Is there any way to make it highlight fields? Make one of the magnet some function of the number of hits. What do you mean highlight fields? I don't know. Okay, not this. It's got to be the other way around. This is too bright. There was a bubble moving. Make the bubble. What is the bubble that you're talking about? So this is not squiggly enough. It needs to be squigglier. This I can chat GPT this. I've friggin' math has been so long done basic geometry. I just need like a sinusoid rotated 90 degrees, don't I? How do you do this? Rotate. Got a blip to keep me in the loop. Get some more anims object cause being it. Thank you. I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna get food and I'm gonna head out. We're gonna make this cool though. Thanks for dropping by and thanks for the art. It's awesome. Can I do this? I think so. Is GLSL sine in degrees or radians? I assume it's in radians. Let's do... I need to... Freaking math is hard. Basic math is hard when you haven't done basic math in forever. Is it 3D function? I'm so confused here. Basic things. Is this... It doesn't squiggle though. Wait, does it? I can't tell. Somebody give me a function that works for what I'm trying to do here. So what I want is I want something that does like like a wavy pattern or whatever. Crunchy pattern? Hold on, maybe I can do that. I should be able to do that, right? All I have to do for that is I don't know if I want it to be just clipped to cells though. I could leave it like this for now. I honestly don't know if this is better than the flat shade though. Yeah, I think I can make it good if it's... If I can figure out what function this is. Come on, this shouldn't be this hard. If you wanted to do... Hold on. What if I wanted to do squiggle on the other axis? It would just be... Just sine of x, isn't it? Am I dumb? It's just this. No, that's not it. That gives you bars. Garbage. Garbage. Holy hell, does nobody know what this is? Holy hell, these things are so slow. Okay. Of x. Y. This is almost it, actually. 2. No, it's gotta be... Why is this so difficult? Like, why can't I understand what it is I'm trying to do here? It's a squiggle function. It's a sine wave. But it's in a specific orientation that I don't know how to produce. Depends on both the x and the y coordinate. Oh, is it just sine of... Is it like something like sine of x plus y? This is what I have at the moment. This needs to be squiggly as well. I don't know if I'm too tired to do this at the moment, or if it's just been just like forever since I've thought about geometric functions whatsoever. It's probably a little bit of both. So what I'm trying to do, maybe this is actually basic enough math that one of you might actually know this. This is what I'm trying to do. Oh, not this one. This one's garbage. One of you actually might know what the hell this is that I'm trying to do. So I want to have a function that looks like this. So that the render lines... So it's like a sine along this direction, but then the gradient is this way. So like, you know, this is going to be blue, this is going to be slightly greener, whatever. This thing. And this is like really, really basic math. I'm just being stupid. Like, somebody's got to know this. So this gives you... This function here that I just drew is this. But I can't... How do I wiggle these lines? I think you have to... Do you have to, like, rotate... About the minus. What I need to do. Oh, is this it? Did I just do it? No, this is not it, right? Wait, this is... Is this it? I can't... No, this is not... Is it? You have it? What is it? Is that it? Hold on. Is that rotating the thing? One minus X? Huh? This looks promising, but... Is this actually it? Hold on. I think this then needs to be rotated, doesn't it? What does this look like from above? You can't really tell what this even looks like from above, can you? Is that not what you wanted? I don't... Do I need to, like, color this in? I can't tell. I'm confused. Throw it on there. I can try both of these. Let's see what this does. And this might be too low frequency to tell. These are circles, aren't they? Did I do it wrong? Sine. Dynamic colors. It's just the frequency. Okay, so this is what this is. So this is not it, right? This is not it at all. Well, it's got like these waves, but it's not... Yeah, this is like crossing two different patterns. Did you try mine? No, I didn't. Let me see. I don't think this is it either. I could be wrong. Cos of pi over 2 is just a shift. That shouldn't matter. The pi over 2 should also not matter. This should be Does it? What if I just do like this? It's the same thing. And then you take this pi over 2 term off. These are all constants. All you did is this minus x, right? The same thing. See what this does? This means I forgot a semicolon most likely. Yep. I gotta order food in a second. I missed lunch again and I'm hungry. Did I? What? I'm not sure what this is, but these are just evenly spaced. Yeah. Come on, there's got to be some way to get this. Like, hold on. I have to actually figure out what this is supposed to look like. So, color is... So, it's not... These need to be at the same height. The ridges should be at the same height, but they should be wavy. Right? I got it. I have to rotate it, but this is it. Okay, that was actually kind of non-trivial. There's no way me not having looked at any geometry or trigonometry in friggin' 15 years or whatever is gonna have seen that. Now I have to rotate it still. So it's Y here. How do I rotate it, though? This doesn't matter. We'll do plus. Ugh. I have to rotate it still. How do I like 10x plus there? Is it? Wait. Is this it? Did I get it? No. Shit. Sine of... This is almost it, except that this function is getting cut up, I think. Or is this just the render being dumb? I can try this, 10x minus 10y. Or it's like whatever the frequency is. Dot x 0.1 times dot y plus oh no, I have like 15 people watching me be shit at trigonometry. Whew. Well, this is it. We gotta scale it and stuff. But that's your sandy beach or whatever. None of us had the answer. Yeah. But I'm supposed to be an MIT PhD, is the thing. I'm supposed to be able to do basic math. So the expectation is yeah. No comment. This should increase the frequency 10x. That's kind of crunchy. That's too crunchy. $100x is not going to be visible. I think it's lower res that we gotta go. You want 100? Fine. This is not even going to be anything. Pokemon looking shader. Pokemon does happen to be one of the projects that is sponsored by Puffer AI for compute. Wait, what? That actually might... Does this actually work? Well, shit. I mean, this is like if we want it to be Pixel Crunch. I could do the same thing with this function, but smooth. Is that better or worse? This is also too... This is not subtle enough as well. Let me fix that. This is a sine wave. Yeah, we'll have to play with it a little bit more. Let me think. I don't like that it goes to white. Let me try some stuff. One thing before that. Okay. Now the background is just on the floor. Now let's smooth it. Okay, so you need some rounding, otherwise computer precision screws you. I think that's computer precision screwing you. Let's do 4096. Okay, that's not what was intended at all. Hold on. How do I round? Ugh. Oh, I know. I think this does it. Yeah, okay. So here's a smooth version, right? Just do blue. That's a little weird. There's something to it. It shouldn't be... There's something to it. How about this? What'd I break? Semicolon. Alright, there we go. It's a little too strong at the moment. Actually, much too strong. But here's the cool part about this, right? Watch what happens when we go the other side of the map. Yeah? I'm gonna have the effect. It's too aggressive. Why does it look like it's too smeared to me? Transition pulls its weight, yeah. I can't tell if it's too high res or too low res. Hang on. 16384. 16384. And then I do 4. So this is 32. Is that any better? Is this smoother? Machine precision. Dang. Okay, you can't do that. Get out of the region where ints are nice. I don't know. I think I might like this effect just like really subtle. It's like too much. It's like kind of like you just threw a background on a thing. Just have it again. That's nice. Let me go down even a little tiny bit more, or is this it? We think this is it, or do we go down a little more? Down more? Hey, P-dubs. We're doing disgusting shaders with no syntax highlighting. Because, of course we are. Welcome, P-dubs. Yep. This is really subtle, but it's no longer, like, distracting. Right? And then if we go over to... Yeah, this is pretty nice. And then if we go over to the main... Hold on, let's just kill this guy. We go over to the main, like, transition here. It's pretty cool, right? Do we want to crank up the glow a little tiny bit, maybe? Border color. Back 4, alert color. Oh, where's the border? Let's do 0.8. Oh, 0.8. 0.2. Let's see about this. The glow is too fast. I think I can get away with the more intensity, but it's got to be slower. There we go. Ooh. The glow is much more noticeable, but it's less obnoxious because it's slower. Background is static and very subtle. Honestly, don't know if the background effect is any better than solid background. We'll keep it for now. I mean, like, the thing of it being sand with, like, the puffers or waves or whatever is cool. Sleep on it. Is this going to be another PR that breaks things, bet? Unbreaks things, are we sure? Alright. I think we're good here then. Let me try a couple small things, very small things real quick. Oh shit, I forgot to order food. Let me order food. I'm not, yeah, let me go do that. And we'll keep going until it gets here. Since we've had a pretty solid stream day. Oh, and while I'm doing this, folks, there is something you can do for free to help out the platform. All the stuff is free and open source. It's in Puffer right here. Star the repository. Helps me out a ton. We're at 823, and the growth is really, really helpful. What do I want to get? Food. I figure out what I want to get. Yeah, I did not have lunch today either. Oops. Actually, I could do, that would be good for me. Takes slightly longer, but that's not terrible. Time. There we go. Getting some pho. All right. Linear growth is unhealthy for puffers. Exactly. Puffers actually, they have to get bigger exponentially. That's just how it works. I don't make the rules. No stars for puffer. Figured I'd get more people with this. Oh, whatever. All right. Let's. There are a couple last things I want to play with. For example, uh-oh. You could test them to see. Let me finish this. I want to see if the shader works with text. Oh, yeah. It doesn't look particularly good, but it works, right? I think we don't do that one. I kind of like it on the AoEs, maybe. Yeah, it's not good. Let's do... Might be better on the attacks. I think the shader just doesn't work as expected, right? Yeah, so for whatever reason, it's not It's not working correctly with this. That's okay. We can still use it for... We'll see if we want it here. For axis, quality. Let's bump this up to like 4. It should give us better hit effects, maybe. That's a bit much, right? That's like full white. Let's try 3. This is still too much. I say we go back. We had it before. Let's just go back to 2. I really don't like the lack of any aliasing on the lines is just rough. A few other things like that. So what happens if I expand this? Can I not? Oh, I just can't. I can't resize this. Oh wait, yes I can. Oh, and nothing happens because it doesn't. It's not set up to be resizable. I could potentially fix that. Yeah, this doesn't work. Should this work? Probably. It'd be much cooler. Character on the screen is kind of small, I think, but I have a 1440p monitor. It'll be more reasonable on a 1080. And it's still not that bad. What other small things can we fix here real quick? Let's go check the experiments again. $27 experiments. Nothing really good yet. I can see it's trending up, but it'll take a while, I think. That's weird. We'll see about that. Elo's based only on wins, so basically if they're farming, they're not going to get points if they're just going to keep farming. Trying to think what We don't have any way to distinguish classes. Just tuned in. What's up? Well, I'll show you. Welcome, JBL. Welcome to Puffer MOBA. Oops. Let's go here. Jump over there. It's off screen. What do you mean it's off the screen? It shows that it's on the screen. Well, what did you do? I did some work. Top of the window's cut off. Is the top of the window cut off for anybody else, or is it just Bet? Yeah, I figured. Oops. There's still a little bit of work to be done here, but it's pretty nice. Why is a pufferfish for mascot? I like it. It's very memeable. Haven't run today. Yeah, there you go. There's the tanks fighting. Those are the two tanks with the the little AoEs around them like that. Geometry Dash vibes. Yeah. I was thinking about making it more Geometry Dash and doing just pure flat shaded with more bloom and more colors. We might still go that way, but somebody recommended doing a wavy pattern, so I figured out how to make one of these. This is a shader. War of Puffer. Bet. And funny. You haven't heard of the Stanford dish unless you go actually do exercise. So Raylib has shaders. I mean, it has support for GLSL, yeah. They also have RLGL. New blew up after a run. You shouldn't be blowing out knees from running. You really shouldn't. He's an MD. Let me see here. We're gonna do. There was a thing I wanted to do with this. Where is it? There were two things I wanted to do actually. The first, and we're gonna make this full screenable, but before that, let me find the darn thing. Okay. It's right here. There. This is for the neutrals. And now I'm pretty sure we can just do Does it just work if I do this? Can I just like click this button now? Almost, except it doesn't do the shader. It's not doing the shader, so let me figure that out. I think that this is supposed to be texture X divide by 32, which is the tile size, divide by 128. We'll see if this works. Semicolon. Okay. Still no? Interesting. Uh, Let me think why this isn't working. Texture size. Wait. Convert Y. Times frag chord. Is the texture size just not allowed to change? Is that what's up? Simply by allocating. Yeah, I don't even, is it even, yeah, is it even used? It's not even used. Yeah, it's not even used. It's this conversion factor is what we use. Let me check, hold on. Set shader value. Draw texture, shader canvas. Ah. I think I can just pre-allocate this to be larger. And we'll figure this out. I mean, like, we're not writing good code today. We're kind of just, like, doing shit fast. Here. Let's try this. Boom. I think, is the game starting to chug just a little bit? It probably is. It's rendering a lot of shit. Just a little bit, yeah. Still, though, that's a pretty cool looking... That's pretty cool looking, right? Do we just tweet this? Think so. Where do I save it? I don't know if I want to wait and polish it a little more before I tweet it. We'll see. It annoys me that it's chugging a little bit here, for sure. This is just so cool, though. Like, it just looks good. Yeah. Oh, we got full screen. Here come the puffers. It's a full solid game. If we go back to here, it's now full speed again. So it's probably just the Python rendering. We could always cache some stuff. Let's make a few small UI tweaks and call it a day. Okay, let me commit this first then. Thank you to whoever started this. Which one? Both? Okay. You have the same PR for this twice. You did the same PR for this code piece twice. Why is this not just if self.d type is not none? Can be emulated. Isn't it only emulated if there is a complex space? I can merge it for now. Bet this should not change existing policies, right? Because if this changes existing policies, it'll break anything that has a pre-trained default. Okay, because it's Thursday, not Friday, I will merge this. But if I have to fix this tomorrow, I'm going to be pissed. If I don't, I'll be very happy. Okay, very good. Merged. Thank you for PR. Thank you for PR. Are you listed on the page? You should be by now. You can DM me. Are you listed here? I don't. You're not on here, right? Alright, you can DM me how you'd like to be listed on here. I just haven't updated this page. Like, I guess I updated this page for the snake env. I might do like a block for the Pokemon team or something. We'll see. I have to be on here some way. For sure, though. I should tweet the thing. Wrong one. I should really post a GIF instead of this, huh? Let me post a GIF. No, wait. It's 5 frames per second. Let me fix that bug. Let me fix that bug real quick. Do you take Python M's or do you need Python? We take fast M's, which are very hard to make in pure Python. The Python really is not hard. You can prototype stuff in Python if you like. It's not hard. 26K for what are you making this 26K? You making M's? See if that gives you a cool GIF. Look at this. This looks good. Hide and seek end? Cool. Yeah, I would learn Python. First of all, it's a gateway to lower level programming. And also it's just damn fast. So it's very nice. How are we on food? I haven't eaten. It's on the way, but very slow. Damn. Make it in Python and look at porting? Yeah. It takes a little bit of learning. Not too bad, though. Let me think here. So, Env looks really cool. Could be faster. Maybe has some bugs. Why don't we think about a couple of data structures and things? I don't actually think I have the ability to do that now. That's kind of hard. How about the other sweep of ours? Make sure that this one is running well. We have 75 experiments already. Still going up, but it's not matched this original one yet. Interesting. There's a nice GIF. I'm trying to think about the character art here. Let me see what link is. You messaged me Star Puffer by mistake. I really like these. I don't know if they fit the MOBA or if we're going to use them for a different end, though. Let me see. What do you guys think on these? These are, like, awesome. So these are made by a viewer who is wanting to contribute artwork for these ends. We have, like, vaguely Puffer themed. Actually, this is Puffer Night. That's funny, Linky. Yeah, I got it on user mode so they don't pop up. They have it on streamer mode so they don't pop up. We definitely need different characters of some sort. What's next for Ocean? Oh, there are tons of M's we can make. Honestly, the main thing is I have to figure out... There are like a few frameworky things I gotta figure out so that I end up with less code for some of these things. And there are like certain elements I keep repeating having to do the work for. But like coding core sims is fun and is very quick. I really like these. It's just I think I would have to... I'm trying to think if I want to do like the next env, which would be... I gotta ask Nathan about what he thinks with these and the like grid combat env. Because this could be like a really cool 5v5 thing over there. Could be a very cool 5v5 thing. Emergent tool use env? That's what Linky was just talking about. What the heck is Bet messaging me? Gotcha, Bet. Next time I do the, I update the web page. It's a cool env. Off to run from stream. Thanks, Bet. See you around. Yeah, several stars gained. It's really nice to see just the metrics on the growth here. The other one that I learned the other day, you actually can see that we get, where is it? We actually have a fair few downloads on this thing, and like, most of the users don't use the package as well. So we do have people downloading and using it. Maybe some company has it in their tests, because we have like pretty consistent usage. This actually looks really good at this size. If you pip install it as a dependency. Yeah, but it doesn't count it if you clone it and like install locally. This guy actually, he looks really nice at the size he would be displayed at. Yeah, but you don't install pip install as a dependency 15 times a day. I want to figure out where to use these. These are so cool. Well, the thing is, the alternative here is like, you can't tell what the heck class each of the puffers is by looking at them at the moment. That's the bad thing. We could just leave the puffers as the minions. Tower defense env would be crazy too. If you want a tower defense env, make one, right? Nothing's stopping you. We need more people making envs for puffer. I even will help with design and like structure and like low level stuff to get it to be fast on stream. Doesn't have to be puffer tower defense unless you want ultra fan service like Env is cool. I think that I need to, the next thing with these sims, at some point I need to, man, at some point I need to really figure out how to like get some of the components of these sims to be a little bit more reusable. Not like structure, no like base classes or really anything. I just need to figure out a few things with the data transfer. I'd be down to work on this after I wrap up some projects. Don't know of any tower defense sims. Well, you're gonna have to think a little bit about the action space and the observation space. So the architecture I have at the moment, I've tested it, and you can give it like an 11 by 11 window of uint 8s, and it's ultra fast. But if you give it more and more data, you start having bandwidth problems. So if you're going to have like a 50 by 50 grid or something for a tower defense, and that all has to be globally observed, that's going to be rough. If your action space is like pick tower type to build and then pick tile to build it on, that's like a giant action space, that's going to be tough, right? It's also single agent. So like all the logic on every step has to be done for every single environment if it's not like somehow a multi-agent tower defense env. So you'd have to think about it a little bit. Yeah, so this is what I mean when I say like, the RL experience comes in handy here, right? Like this is the type of shit that I think about constantly, right? I think about environments in terms of observation space, action space, and then computational requirements behind computing actions. I mean, computing observations, right? Those are the main bottlenecks. I'm trying to think whether I should stream tomorrow. It was so nice today. Um, at the same time, a 3-day weekend would make it way easier because like I work on the video over the weekend. If I worked on the video tomorrow, I'd probably be able to have it close to done by Monday. I really need that video to be done. Cool one to have. Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what I do tomorrow. I'm gonna try to make good time and see if I can get a little bit of stuff done early, maybe. As the stream usually warms up later in the evening anyways. Maybe I'll see if I can get like a 3-hour block done on the video and see how it's going. Hold on, I'm getting messages. Oh, actually, wait, Dave. I think David just found something. I was just checking. I thought David found something, but I don't think he did. Let me. How much time do I have before food is here? Maybe I can think about this with you for a second, JBL, if you're still there. Let me just see where food is, because I'm like absolutely starving. Okay, yeah, I've still got. I have like another 5-10 minutes. Let me think about a tower defense. I played one lately that was pretty cool, but would be too crazy to implement. You should play this if you like tower defense games. It's like it's like a tower defense, but you make the pathway with Tetris blocks. So like you make the paths with Tetris blocks to make the paths longer. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I get bored of a lot of games very quickly these days, though. Do you need to have multiple enemies per tile? Maybe. Actually, it would be really easy to do this type of a thing where, like, you make the path with the towers. You would have to do, you'd have to do, like, the grid tile based thing, though. You could make it continuous, but you'd still have to have a grid internally. The main thing that just sucks with these is, like, the AI is pretty heavy. Yeah, you're gonna have a little bit of a tough time making this thing fast. So JBL, the issue that you're gonna run into, I'm gonna draw some stuff so people can actually this will be good for people to look at. So here. So you have like a tower right here, and then you're gonna have like a path or whatever. So let's say that this is on a grid. It doesn't have to technically be on a grid. It doesn't have to look like it's on a grid, but you're gonna have one internally either way. So then we do, whoops. So here's your like your path. And then you have like your minions or whatever. So you're gonna be a minion here. Right? And they're gonna go forward. Then like what you have to do, it's the same as like the range check on the tower, right? But the thing is you have to do it for every tower, and possibly you're gonna want like substantially large ranges. Like you probably want to do something like this. And now, in order to decide which of these things to do, you have to do a nearest target check. So you have to do nearest target on all of these. And then you figure out that it's this one. And you have to do this for every tower, and tower defense games have tons of frickin' towers, right? Not to, and then the minions do their pathing, that's not bad. But the fact that you have to basically do all these frickin' checks for every tower, how bad is that? You might actually, it might not be that bad. I bet with the same exact tricks I used in the MOBA, you could make this at least fast enough. Man, this is why I need this shit in C, so I can start reusing some of these functions I'm making. Okay. What about the observation space, though? How big does the observation space have to be? Has to be large enough. Huh, I thought of a way you could do it that would be kind of cool. Yo, JBL, I thought of a way you could do it that would be really cute. So hear me out on this. What are your thoughts on co-op multi-agent tower defense in which each player controls a region of the map with like shared money? You can do it continuous. You need to internally discretize though for the range checks. If you don't internally discretize, then you need to do a KD tree. So this is how I would do this, JBL. Though this starts to become like more complicated than a traditional game technically, but I think it's easier from the RL side. So what you would do is usually what I give is I give 11 by 11 crops as a standard for observations. Um it's a good size. You can make it a little larger, you can make it a little smaller, but here. So this is what you would do. So let's say that this is here. It can be continuous, right? It's going to be internally discretized. But let's say that this is your, like, the path that the minions take. Okay, what you're going to do is you're going to break this up into chunks, like Minecraft-style chunks, like this. And then you have a shared amount of gold. And the actions you can build a tower on any step, right? But like this is agent 1 here. This is agent 2, this is agent 3. You could do something like this. You could also just limit it to be a tower defense with very small maps. The other thing that I'm realizing actually is fuck. This would be cool. So I am realizing that there is one additional problem. The problem with a tower defense game is it's basically like you don't actually do stuff for the vast majority of the game, right? Like you basically like you put a few towers, you start the round, you watch the thing like go, and then you play to put a few more towers. So having to just like simulate an entire game between actions would be really rough. If you wanted to do like a traditional one with like rounds and such, that would be pretty bad, I think. You could substantially. There's a lot of like compute processing that you can save here. So there are a lot of ways to speed it up. I think you'd probably end up wanting to do a thing where like you put a lot of towers down very quickly, so the games themselves are pretty short. Internal sim engine. Yeah, in the same way that the MOBA has an internal sim engine, you write it, it'll be a few hundred lines of code, you just have to think about it. So like one thing I could see is you would prune by chunk. So if there are no agents in a chunk, you don't do any like tower checks for the chunk. It would make sense to do that. It would make sense to have it be like maybe not rounds, so no rounds, just like things just continue to spawn and they get stronger over time and we see how long you can survive. Um you'd probably do something where you'd make like some towers that can like make the things more vulnerable so they take increased damage from there on out or whatever, and see if like the ones that are early on learn to do that. I mean, this is a project that is. And then the question is like, is the game actually interesting to play? Tower defenses don't tend to be that hard. And it's actually difficult to tell what a good strategy is versus a bad one. You could totally do it. I would just tell you, like, you're getting yourself into a project that's only slightly less complex to implement than the MOBA that I'm currently doing. If you made it discrete, that would help a little bit. You'd save a little on that. Not a ton. Would make the engine a bit simpler. If you're going to auto-gen the maps, that's kind of tough. There's a fair bit involved with this. Like, this is the type of project that I would be very confident that I could do, but not confident that I could do, like, in a few days. This one, like, this would require a fair bit of thought. So think about it. Think about how much this is the one that you want to do, right? There are all sorts of environments we need in Puffer. This would be pretty cool. I think probably something like a MOBA is going to give you more bang for your buck if you're going to implement something that crazy complex. Yeah. Simple with a lot of intrinsic complexity. So what I'm looking at now, I'm looking at like board game inspired stuff. The problem with board games is that they are played in turns, which is really obnoxious. It's way better when everybody can play at the same time. I mean, if you just want to like make something to get started, to get used to, like if you haven't done performance engineering sims in Python and stuff, and you just want like a project that will only take a few days and will be useful and will let you get used to this and understand what you're capable of taking on, I would say just do another Atari Env. We've got Breakout and Pong. Like, pick one of the other 7. Space Invaders, Asteroids, right? Pick one that nobody else is doing. Turn-based would be a new feature for Puffer, right? Yes, it's not, but it's not a feature at the environment level. I have a way of implementing it. I technically have a way to support that, but it's kind of inefficient. The annoying thing about turn-based is that the way that you have to look at it is that you have, like, you're getting half of the data at every time step, so you're sending double data through the whole pipeline, but you're only using half of it. That gets more technical. I can explain why it's hard, but that's more technical. My food is here. I am starving. If you want to try something, I would suggest, like, you're gonna get stuck on Space Invaders too, though, because it's not grid. Maybe not if you just do state-based. You could probably do state-based Space Invaders and make that ridiculously fast in a few days. I don't know if there are any easier ones left. Maybe Q*bert. I don't know if anybody knows how to play Q*bert. The original 7 Atari M's, though, are ones that we want to have at some point. We have Breakout and Pong now from Nathan and Noah. There are a lot more M's I want to do. I want to do trading card games eventually. I want to do some board game stuff. I want to do like something like a simulation style game. There are a lot of things I want to do. But yeah, think about it for now. I gotta go eat. So thanks everybody. If you want to help out for free, start this repo. Yeah. Just remember that Breakout and Pong are already being done. So it would have to be one of the other 7. The 7 ones that were used in DQN. It's Enduro, Q*bert, Sequest, Space Invaders, and Beam Rider, I think, are the other ones. So yeah, start the Puffer to help out. And thank you very much, everybody. This has been pretty crazy to see the amount of people that it will tune in to just watch slow dev. So see you all around, and thank you.